T-Jump, or Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. And if you take a look at our website, theisthelpline.com, and you click on the About Us section, you can see a link to Tom Jump's Church of the Best Possible World, along with links to other posts here. Thank you. There's a sponsor section. A special thank you goes to our sponsors, which includes the politics Discord community, who provide this wonderful stage with this great audience every month for us, and also the Canadian Atheists, who take care of website expenses and whatnot for us. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Before we start, I just quickly want to find out from our other hosts here if anybody has some news. I have a little bit myself, but I'll let the others go first. Hello, welcome.
What's up, y'all?
Amy, what's new with you?
Not too much. Been having fun teaching at a new semester and getting ready to release new content. And looking forward to seeing, I say it every week, but of course, Randolph, this is the week it's going to happen. Someone's going to show us that God exists.
Yes, you keep saying that. Taco, is there anything new with you? Or if you're busy, we can talk to somebody
I
else.
want to see evidence for ghosts and goblins and stuff. That'd be fun.
That would be interesting because ghosts and goblins, some are deity dependent. They're dependent on a god or goddess. Others are not. So either type would be fine. We'd be interested in talking about that. Mubarak, we haven't seen you for a while. Welcome back. How are you doing, and what's new with you?
Oh, hello. It's been a while because of conflict of schedules, but I'm good. I'm hosting multiple atheist communities for Arabs and especially people from Saudi Arabia. So I'm in communication with people who are atheists living in Saudi Arabia and seeing their struggle and dealing with it. Trying to host a community where we actually could exist as healthy as possible rather than being an outcast in our own society.
Can you tell us? You said there's a struggle. You said there was a struggle. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're talking? Explain that to us who aren't fully aware, or viewers who may not know about the situation, right?
So the struggle usually is ostracizing, if not legal troubles, for being an atheist in a religious country. Either losing jobs, losing family, losing friends, and all what that includes. For example, there's people who have been had to flee Saudi Arabia, like actually escape Saudi Arabia because of family connection, and had to file for asylum in other countries because of family issues related to their religion beliefs. And the more religious the family, the harder it is for people, especially atheists, to connect with their own friends, family, or anyone in the community. So
my understanding is that in Saudi Arabia, there's a law. Richard Dawkins Foundation first discovered this, I believe, a number of years ago. They changed their laws so that if somebody is discovered to be an atheist, they will automatically be classified, or I should say misclassified, as a terrorist, and then they get put in prison for that. And if they're found guilty, they are sentenced to 1,000 lashes followed by death, all performed in public. Do you know if that's still the law, or?
To my knowledge, that the code of law still stand. It differs because how to enforce it in Saudi Arabia, because the country is not a state of law, so it's a lot of people. Yeah, there's a lot of people have privilege. So if you are in a high influence family, you could do everything. If you are in a low, like normal family, no, you cannot. So it's all depend on where you fall in the class scale.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
the only thing that Saudi Arabia that tried to push to try to satisfy both Islamics and the West is they transferred um the death penalty for apostate from being just an apostate to being a terrorist, just like what you said. That's what they claim, that the moment you are an apostate and you act or behave in whatever they consider an apostasy, um, then you are a threat to society, and then you should be punished or isolated.
So everybody's a terrorist who doesn't conform to the national religion.
Yes.
That's terrible. So yeah, I was thinking at first they only had that for atheists. So I guess I'm not surprised that they've changed that to be more all-encompassing. So that's to cover not just atheists, but maybe Jews and Christians and other people.
Yes.
That's terrible. This modern times, this stuff should not be going on. It's a shame that it's happening. T-Jump, did you have anything new you wanted to share?
Nope.
Okay. All right. That was quick. Thank you. Jeffers. Sorry. How's the? I apologize. I had a terrible cough yesterday. T-Jump, has there been anything developing with your Church of the Best Possible World?
Yeah, I'm almost done with the book on morality, which is going to be like the foundation of the church, publishing the book. So it should be done hopefully the next couple months and published.
Fantastic. Great. Well, please be sure to send me a message on where to go and get that. If it's on Amazon or something, that'd be great, because I'll definitely put that into into your description on the host page, and I'll also add it to the Atheist Frontiers library.
Sure, will
so
do.
Hopefully get you a little bit more exposure.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Jefferson Spatchcock, how are you from your comfort of your genuine lazy boy chair? How are you doing, sir?
No, I'm doing all right. Still getting over a cold. Nothing really much new going on here.
Well, thanks for joining us. We see you here once in a while. It's always great. It's always a pleasure. The little bit of news that I mentioned is that I've just set up a new website called goldenpreference.com. And this one is my modern replacement for the Golden Rule to get rid of the fundamental flaws that are in the Golden Rule. And if somebody has questions about it throughout the show, we can certainly get into that if you want. But I'll put the link into the Discord and the YouTube chats in a moment, in a little while. And the other one is a project that I've been slowly working on, abortionfaq.org. We're gradually adding more and more resources and putting things in there because I've been debating quite a lot on Twitter with people who are anti-abortion, forced birther people, and sometimes the conversations get quite heated. I'm sure people can imagine. At any rate, thank you everybody for joining us. And again, our website is theisthelpline.com. And we appreciate the Politics Discord for hosting these stages for us, providing them. And you can find from them, you can find that one at discord.gg/politics. Taco, did you want to bring up our first guest?
Yeah, looks like we've got Luke in queue. We've talked with Luke a few times. He's always a good conversation. So I'll go ahead and pull Luke up now. Hey, Luke.
Luke,
hello,
welcome.
hello.
Thanks for joining us. How are you today?
I'm good. It's the first time on the Theist Helpline. I think I never heard these voices before.
Welcome. Well, hey, we're pretty friendly, but we will tear down ideas that are a problem. So feel free to let us know what it is that's on your mind.
So you turned down what? I'm French, by the way. Hi. So sometimes I have trouble with words in English. So you turn down ideas or tune down?
Okay. Well, we tear down, like rip them apart.
Tear down. Okay.
Like how a cat might simulate a professional shredder. Yeah.
Yeah. I understand. Okay, so the idea here is the idea that atheists don't know what would convince them there is a God, specifically the Catholic God.
Okay, so you've got an idea that you think will convince us. I know Amy's made a prediction. Maybe you'll make it come true today. What is the idea?
An idea that would convince you?
Yeah, you're saying that you have an idea, or did I just misunderstand you?
I think he's making the argument that atheists claim they don't know what would convince them. I know what would convince me. It would just be novel, testable predictions. So I'm very familiar with what would convince me. It just hasn't happened.
Oh, I'm sorry, Luke. Did I must have misunderstood. Did T-Jump understand you correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so what would convince me, and T-Jump has excellent criteria. What would convince me, because I've been asked this question by Christians in the past, and my answer is what is known as the cosmic challenge, which is that for their Christian God to grant to me omniscience and omnipotence for a fortnight so that I can go and do some experimentation myself. Some of them don't like it. The most common objection to it has been I wouldn't need that much time. And I simply say, well, that's my criteria. Some of them will also say, oh, well, then you'll just use that to destroy God. And I say, okay, so we can put a slight limitation on it where I'm unable to do anything to God. And so they're never happy with it. But anyway, that's my criteria, and I'll post the cosmic challenge into the chat as well. Anybody else have criteria?
Wait, about your criteria, what makes you think that God can do that?
Okay, well, there's a part in the Bible, I believe it's the book of Matthew, that says, with God all things are possible. But if your God is omniscient and omnipotent, like omniscient, he knows everything, omnipotent, he has all power, he can do anything, then it should be a trivial matter for him to grant these abilities for a short period of time to anybody.
Okay. Again, the knowledge that he can do such a thing, where did you get it from? Did you get it from other Christians that gave you the information, or did you get it from the Catholic website or Vatican City website?
Well, the characteristic that he's all-knowing and all-powerful, this is a logical deduction. So it's Christians who claim that he's all-powerful and all-knowing, and apparently the Bible supports that too. Are you saying that your God is not all-powerful and not all-knowing?
Correct.
Oh, so your God is limited. Is your God the Christian God?
Yeah, I'm asking about the Catholic God. So that's why I wondered, where did you get the information that he is all-knowing and all-powerful, as you described, meaning that he could give you the power that you wanted to have? This kind of powerfulness, all-powerful. There is the most powerful, and there is the all-powerful. All-powerful can give you something that's illogical. And
is this just like you mean maximally powerful when you mean all powerful? Because I feel like if you're just trying to make it into something like that, it would still have, it seems, the power to grant Randolph what he wishes.
Where did you get this information that a maximally powerful being can do that?
How powerful is God?
The most powerful.
The most powerful. Fantastic. So then he can also possibly give us attributes that are, if he wanted us to fly around or if he wanted us to see things.
Is that a question or an affirmation?
That's a question. So can God do that?
So let me teach you. No, he can't.
Yes. He can't. So God is not everywhere at all times.
Not omnipresent.
I don't understand. I mean, how do you come to that conclusion from what you just asked and the answer I gave you?
Because that's what I'm asking. Is God everywhere? Can he be everywhere at all times?
I don't know.
I mean, okay, what can your God do?
Well, that's the thing, Amy. What I'm pointing out here is that the knowledge from atheists is not good enough to claim that there is no God or to believe that there is not enough evidence for a God. So that's the point here. You're asking me question about God that you should have before you get to the point there is no such evidence or there is not enough evidence, or asking others for evidence for God.
I disagree.
You should have the answer to that question before you get this position.
Because you notice what happens every time we ask for good evidence for God? You say, oh, well, we should already have good evidence for God. No, the point is, every time we ask for good evidence for God, we don't get it.
No, he's saying that you should ask what his God is like. What are the properties of his God?
But that's what I asked. That's what I'm probing for.
Before you make your choice. Not after you make your choice.
So my answer was novel testable predictions. That's the evidence that would be required for God. And the novel testable predictions are going to be based on whatever properties your God has. So if your God likes making puppies out of nothing, then we could predict that puppies would come out of nothing. So my answer already covered that. So whatever properties your God has, it'll have predictions based on the nature of whatever your God is. And then those would be the things that are evidence. So my answer covered that. Do you have any evidence for your God?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
So novel predictions are.
Wait. Let me tell you which part.
Okay.
I don't understand. It's the novel testable prediction is too large. Like my coffee cup will fall down fall down the table is a novel testable prediction. It is a prediction made on what God said would happen if you drop a coffee cup from your table. So it is a novel testable prediction, and I don't think this is what you are looking for as a proof for God. Therefore, novel testable prediction is not enough. You need to specify
novel means new.
What you mean?
Novel means new.
Yeah.
So a coffee cup falling would not be new.
It has been new at one point.
Maybe before there were coffee cups, but novel predictions would be like in science when we want to discover a new law, they predict like the curvature of light around the sun, or predict that black holes will exist when they've never been seen before, or predict that a new particle like a boson will be discovered, or predict that there's a new interaction that we haven't discovered. And they discover like, oh yeah, that's evidence. So novel means a new thing that's never been seen before that would be expected if your God existed.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, what is this new thing that you are talking about? I don't think you know what you are talking about when you say
it would depend on your
thing.
God. So like the properties of your God will determine that.
Well, before you answered earlier, I said specifically the Catholic God.
Well, I don't know anything about the Catholic God. You would have to tell me what the properties of your God is.
Okay, yeah, that's it. That's the point I wanted to underline here, is the lack of knowledge of God. Here in this conversation, what I wanted to point out is that atheists who have the position there is not enough evidence for God, or there is no God, these atheists lack the knowledge of God.
Right, that's because you have to present it. That's how hypotheses work. You have a hypothesis. You have to present the hypothesis. I don't know anything about your hypothesis.
Can I just pause right here? Because you're doing it exactly again. No, you're attacking Randolph gave what he would think would be believable, would convince him for a God. T-Jump said the same thing. And each time that they ask you for good evidence for this God, you're trying to attack our knowledge base. Assume no one here, I mean, the Catholic Church is just early Christianity. But let's just assume we don't know anything about the early Christian church or the Vatican, modern day Vatican. All right, what is your God and why do you think he exists?
All right. Amy, thank you very much for your question. I'm sorry, this is not what I wanted to talk about during this session on the Theist Helpline. This is not the subject I wanted to talk about. I'm not here to teach you about God. I'm here to point
You're
out.
only so we're not going to do that here, Luke. So you're only saying that because earlier in this conversation, Luke, we're not going to do that. You're going to address the questions directly.
Taco, what was I going to say?
I have no idea, but you were just saying that you're not going to do that. You're not going to engage the way we want you to engage, and so that's not how we're going to do this, right? Earlier in this conversation, you were saying that they didn't know the truth of Christianity or whatever, right? They didn't understand it, right? Something like that. The problem here is you're simply rejecting the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation in an undeniable way. And Amy was simply asking you to explain what justification that you use to reject the truth that's already been revealed to you, and make sure that it wasn't in your own right, or to make sure that it's not in your own righteousness, right? That you don't just want to be a main character in a cosmic battle of good and evil, right? So can you address Amy's question, please, directly, and not try to guide the conversation? Because that's what we're doing. We're guiding the conversation, right?
Oh, and just one thing, there's people in our audience are concerned, Luke, they want to make sure that you know how to find the chat. If you have any difficulty with it, just let us know.
I'm sorry, I'm on phone right now, and I'm not in front of the phone. I cannot read anything that is typed in the chat.
No problem. Okay, that's good to know. No problem. The only thing posted there was my cosmic challenge to you, but you already know what it is, so it's okay.
I have a question for Luke.
Well, that it is, and the question is the same. What makes you think that God could do that? And
okay, so what you're doing, like, if you say that if you say your God is not capable of doing this stuff, then this is not going to work. He's going to fail my cosmic challenge. Now, you did come up saying that you have this idea of proving God to atheists. So as Taco just alluded to, it's what you started with. So we can carry on with that if you like.
I came up with the claim that atheists don't know what they are talking about when they claim that there is not enough evidence for God. That's the claim I came up with.
Okay, here you kind of fall in a pit where you generalize the idea about atheist, because the problem is we say we don't have enough evidence for God. That means that there is some point in our past someone presented evidence that we don't have. You claim that we don't have evidence or we don't know anything about your God. So the burden is on you right now to present your God for us. So we have the knowledge. Then if you're not willing to present your God to us, this conversation is moot, because you're saying we don't know anything about your God, and we say yes, we don't know anything about your God, please present it, and you said no, I cannot present it because you don't know anything about my God.
Now there's something important here. So if we don't know enough about your deity to be able to make a claim about it, then the default is not believing it, because why should we believe something that we don't know enough about?
I have another question that I would like to ask Luke, because
so
it's
okay. Not answering the question was just asked to me. Okay, I'm listening to you, Jefferson.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Luke, and then we can hear Jefferson. Yeah.
All right. Here's the thing. When you claim that there is not enough evidence for God, you use a word, God, and the word God is used to convey an idea, and the idea that you use when you say God is not defined enough for you to use the word God. If you say there is not enough evidence for Schumbluk, and you don't know what Schumbluk is, there is no value of truthness to your claim, because you don't know what you're talking about. Schumbluk is something that you don't have knowledge, you lack the knowledge of Schumbluk, and therefore you cannot make a statement about Schumbluk. The same thing applies to God.
I take some pot shots at Catholicism. So...
Well, actually, Amy, if you can hold off.
Oh, no, I can hold off.
Question.
Yep, absolutely. I'm sorry. Go right on.
No, it's okay.
I guess I don't really understand. So if the basic idea, I mean, I kind of get where Luke is going with this, but if the basic idea is just to say, okay, atheists don't have a deep enough understanding when it comes to certain definitions of God per a certain Christian denomination, in Luke's case, Roman Catholicism, then they're not rejecting something that they really understand one way or the other. So, Luke, if you had somebody that you were speaking with that is now an atheist, and say maybe they even went as far as going into seminary, they were on their way to becoming a nun or a priest, they understand Catholic dogma, and they've rejected it. Would that be necessary for you to take claims of atheism, of a lack of belief in God, seriously at that point? Or do you just object to the idea when atheists come around and say, there's not enough evidence out there to convince me that a God exists?
So the one who is an atheist and has been studying God, he claimed, I have enough knowledge about God to claim that there is not enough evidence for God, would have the answer of specific example for a novel testable position about this God that he says there is not enough evidence.
Okay, so I think I see what's going on here. So I'm telling you that I don't believe. So I need something to, and I told you what I need to demonstrate to me otherwise. I'm not saying there absolutely is no deity, but from what you're saying, it sounds like you're expecting there's some evidence. So yes, for those who claim there is no deity, they do carry a burden of proof because they're making a claim. Just like the theists who claim there is a deity carry a burden of proof. For myself, I just don't believe. I don't hold a position distinctly saying whether or not a deity exists in most cases. So in those cases, I just don't carry any burden at all. Now, when it comes to the Christian God, I can actually give you some example of why, but I think you and I are going to disagree on what God's capabilities are, and that's probably where we're going to have some issue. But I'll let you continue to address the others, including Amy.
Can I get a word
follow
in
up to that too?
I have mine written down, so plan it by all means.
Yeah, so Luke, the default position on something is not to believe it until a certain standard has been reached that would disprove the idea. Because if that's the case, then I could just sit here and be like, Luke, do you believe in Shlammalama Ding Dong? And you'd be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And then I could just sit here and be like, well, since you don't know enough about it, then you can't claim that it doesn't exist, and you can't claim that you don't believe in it either. But that's not
be careful.
how it works.
Sorry, Planet, be careful. There is not enough evidence for. That's the claim I cannot have about Shalom Ding Ding Ding, the thing, Shumbluk. I call it Shumbluk, you gave it another name, but that's okay, it's similar. So the claim that I cannot have, because I don't know what it is there is not enough evidence for Shumbluk. You understand? I said that earlier, but did you remember when I said that?
No.
No? Okay. Let me repeat myself. There is a claim here. It's not there is not Shumbluk. It is there is not enough evidence for Shumbluk. It is different. There are two different claims.
Produce the evidence. You can't just say, you not knowing the evidence isn't my problem. You have to produce the evidence.
There is no knowledge about the Shumbluk. Thank you very much. Allow me to finish my phrase. Thank you.
Just a minute. Look, what you don't understand, we're not saying there's no objective evidence, like there's totally no evidence. We're saying we do not know. We do not have the evidence.
I don't think that's his point. So Luke's point.
We do not have sufficient evidence to satisfy our own criteria.
One second. The point. Luke is making a different point. Luke is simply saying that if I come up with a new idea, any new idea, call it Shumbluk, and you said there is no evidence of Shumbluk, there's not enough evidence of Shumbluk, Shumbluk doesn't exist, that would be unjustified because I haven't told you anything about Shumbluk. And in the case of coming up with a completely new idea that no one's ever heard before, Luke would be correct. We can't say there's no evidence of something we've never heard of before. But society has a general usage of the term God. God means certain things. It means lots of different things to lots of different people, but it all shares some properties outside of space-time, created the universe, has a non-physical mind, all these things. All of those things have been demonstrated to have no evidence. And so anytime you use the word God, we are going to label that usage of the term to correspond to everybody else's usage in the past history of all humankind, who has also used that word, to have some of those properties that we've already demonstrated do not exist. Now, you may not use it in that way. You may have your own specific criterion that doesn't correlate to how everyone else uses the word. But based on how everyone else in society in the world uses the word, we can justifiably say there is no evidence of God. It does not exist because the criteria and properties that those things have been demonstrated to not exist. Now, you would be correct if no one had ever used the word God before in all of the history of the world, and you just came up with the word God and said, I believe God exists. We would not be justified to say God does not exist, or there is no evidence of God, because we don't know what properties this entails. But since society has a general usage of that word and a general set of properties that apply to that word, we can say it doesn't exist. And you making up a new set of properties for your specific kind of a God, unless it doesn't have any relation to the normal usage of the word, then we are justified to say your God doesn't exist. So you would need to actually come up with a new term to define your God who is different than all of the other gods. So if your God shares any of those properties, if any of the other gods we've ever heard of that we use the word God to refer to, like non-physical, outside of space and time, created the universe, a mind that isn't made of matter, any of those things, then we are correct when we say your God has no evidence. There is no evidence of your God. It doesn't exist. We are completely correct. Your point would only work if we had no past history usage of the word that had a bunch of associated properties that generally apply to that label.
Thank you, T-Jump. This was an excellent and very helpful interjection.
So, T-Jump, the main point I will underline, you are correct in what you say. God is a word to convey an idea, that's a general idea. But when I came up to the stage, I talked about specifically when it comes to the Catholic God. I said that because I knew that when it comes to God, there are many definitions, and I do agree that there is not enough evidence for the Zeus God. There is no trouble for me about that. So God, Zeus, and this claim is correct. I have enough knowledge about Zeus to say that there is not enough evidence for Zeus. But when it comes to the Catholic God, I underline that theist, generally theist, I have yet to meet a theist that would hold this claim. There is not enough evidence for God when he talks about specifically about the Catholic God. Because when it comes to the Catholic God, most people don't know what they are talking about when they say there is not enough evidence for God.
Is the Catholic God outside of space-time?
Yes.
Is the Catholic God a non-physical mind?
A non-physical mind.
Yeah, it's not like made of matter and energy, right? He's conscious, but it's not made of matter.
Depends when. Sometimes he is, sometimes he's not.
Okay, so sometimes he's not. That's good enough. That means no. So your God is just like all the other gods. It's outside of space-time, not non-physical. There's no evidence for it. It doesn't exist.
I'm sorry. Did you get the novel testable prediction?
There are no novel predictions for minds outside of space-time and non-physical minds. They don't exist. There is no such thing. So I know those two properties very well, and I know there is no evidence for those two properties. So if your God has those properties, your God has no evidence.
If you knew what would be a knowable prediction about those properties, you could claim that there is no such thing, because you would be able to test what you say it is testable.
Well, no. That's called reversing the burden. Wait, stop. I don't need to. It's irrelevant. It's relevant. It doesn't matter whether I know it or not. Stop, Luke. Stop. You hold the burden of proof to come up with a novel testable prediction. I don't need to know what a novel testable prediction would be for your hypothesis. It has nothing to do with me. You hold the burden of proof, as Mubarak was saying, to come up with a novel prediction of your hypothesis, and then you have to test it and you have to confirm it. And then we then have the obligation to confirm your predictions, to replicate it, to do peer review and show that it actually worked. But we don't have to know what the novel prediction is at all. It doesn't matter whether we know. All that matters is Do you know? Can you tell us? Can we replicate it? That's what is required. Me knowing what a novel prediction would be is irrelevant. Now I can come up with some that would be correct if a God existed that was non-physical minds, but that doesn't matter because I don't hold the burden of proof. You do. You have to come up with the novel predictions, not me. It's your hypothesis. You have to do the work.
Ramen.
And it would
So,
be extremely
I'm
easy.
sorry,
All
I'm
you'd have
sorry
to
to
do is
correct you.
demonstrate one
It is
prayer
not
being
my
answered.
hypothesis. It is the atheist hypothesis.
What?
It is not mine.
What?
When you say I don't have to come up with anything,
No.
I am not the one holding the claim there is not enough evidence for God. You are.
No, my
I know
claim.
Since
Planet
you
wants to
are all
respond.
holding this claim, you are making the claim that there is not enough evidence. You have to present the novel prediction. I don't have
Okay,
to.
so
do
this
it.
Then I
is
really
so
wanna.
this is just an attempt to shift the burden of proof. Like we're not the ones who are claiming your God anything. Like generally, the atheists don't claim your God doesn't exist right off the bat. The default of an atheist is not believing. So there are many atheists who will take a further claim and say they don't exist. But to say I don't have sufficient evidence to validate your claim is me asking you for that evidence. So you have that burden still. You can't go ahead and shift that to other people. That's a trick that some theists use, and it just doesn't fly. If I was to tell you before the world knew about Antarctica that there's a place on Earth that we'll call Antarctica, and I describe it, most people are going to be saying, well, where's the evidence of that? Let's find it. And then it would be up to me to provide that evidence. It's not up to those other people to prove that it's not there.
If we
Randolph,
claim there isn't
you
evidence,
accuse
and
me
Luke, hold on.
of doing the same thing I accuse
Nope,
you
he's
of
not
doing.
going to do that.
Shifting the burden of proof. So I'm listening to the other guy, but yes,
the difference
you
is
are.
you actually
That's what
did.
I'm pointing out.
The difference is you're actually trying to shift the burden of proof.
Luke,
Also, you are. When I came up here, I had a claim that you hold to be true. There is not enough evidence for God. You believe this is true. You say this is a true claim, a claim that I know is correct when I say there is not enough evidence for God, but it is not supported by anything
Now
based
I'm
on
going.
knowledge.
Now I'm going to lay out an accusation. You're using sophistry. You're changing my words. I'm telling you that I don't have enough evidence to for this, and here's the evidence that would work for me. You're claiming that I'm saying is an all-encompassing thing. I did not do that.
Can I also take? I'm gonna finally take pot shots at this whole not responding to Catholicism thing. So, and feel free to respond to any one of these claims. But we know that saints don't do miracles. We know that drinking the blood of Christ does not do anything when you're drinking that or eating those little things that you put on your mouth. We know that the Trinity actually isn't in the Bible. You guys actually have to pull that out and make it, once again, as Randolph would say, sophistry. We know there is no Father of God. We know that prophets don't exist. We know that Jesus didn't rise from the dead. And that most of the prophets in the Old Testament didn't exist. All of those are Catholic beliefs.
I was going to say that one of the things that started the conversation was Luke had said to Randolph, because Randolph had made the claim, something like about being made omniscient, and Luke asked him where he got that from, basically. And while it's not the case, I think there are some Protestant denominations that think that after you die or after humans are made perfect at some point, we attain something like godlike knowledge of his plan and things like that. If you're a Catholic, Catholics don't think that, right? There's a level of knowledge that God has that we as creatures will never get. But this is dogma. This is something that's just debated. So it seems to me this entire point that Luke is bringing up is that the atheists that are saying, I'm not like Randolph's done, and I'm going to steal man Randolph's statement. I haven't seen sufficient evidence for me to be convinced of a belief in God.
You are correct. You are correct. Yeah.
And Luke is trying to say, the problem is that you are insufficiently aware of Catholic dogma to make that statement. The counter to that, I think.
That's correct. That's exactly. Please write it down.
You need to produce the evidence. You can't, if we sit here and say we have not seen sufficient evidence, you can't just sit there and be like, oh, well, you don't even know what the evidence would be. That still doesn't make it true. We don't default to true, and you have to produce the evidence.
Professor, do you want to answer Planet, where he was mistaken? You represented correctly my point. Could you answer Planet, where he was mistaken in his statement?
I don't know that he's mistaken. I think he's jumped 2 steps ahead of where I was going. I think that the issue that you seem to be having is, and this is a point that T-Jump made, if a person, just because a person does not understand, like in the situation that you brought up where Randolph is saying, what if God could make me omniscient for 2 weeks? And you're like, well, where the hell did you get that idea from? If you were Catholic and understood anything about Catholicism, which I'm thinking in your case, you believe it is, is really the strongest case of Christianity, has the most truth in it, or all the truth in it, then a person like Randolph would not be making that claim if he was sufficiently knowledgeable of Catholic scripture and dogma. The problem with that, though, is that all you have to do is find one foundational aspect of it. So, say the Catholic dedication and devotion to the concept of the Trinity. If you go to even Catholic critical scholars of the Bible, they will tell you, often when you are in seminary, that is not in the Bible, that it is a part of church tradition and history. Catholics, though, do base tradition as something like different to the Bible. The issue that can end up running into problems with Protestants is that it's all sola scriptura. They don't hold to the tradition thing, but that's a complicated thing. But that's where someone was like, well, wait, one of the concepts that the Catholic God has is eternality. And we don't have evidence that a being, a mind, could be eternal. Right? They could just raise an objection to that. They don't need to have an all-encompassing comprehension of all of Catholic dogma to start poking holes and becoming doubtful of central aspects of what the Catholics believe that God is. They could even have a problem with the idea that in the Catholic tradition, they hold that God is all love and merciful. That's part of his basic identity. But then they can see existence of unnecessary suffering, or what they would call unqualified or excessive suffering in the world, and say, well, that seems to contradict, then you start getting into these arguments, arguments for suffering, for atheists. So it just takes one for them to start knocking things down. So I think that you are doing a little bit of a burden shift if you're trying to come in here and go like, listen, atheists, you're not Catholic enough to be able to just like say, you haven't seen anything here enough to convince you. I think that you might be onto something. If atheists come in here and say, if atheists are presenting themselves of like, what are the things you've heard about the Catholic God that you don't buy, that you can't believe? That's different. But the purpose of this room is for you to come in here and convince us that your God exists. Now, if you are coming in here and saying, look, I think that you guys are essentially wrong-headed in the way that you're talking about that can be a difference of people talking past each other. So I think most everybody here is on the same page. The issue is most of these atheists here have not heard evidence sufficient for them to come to the belief that any gods exist. And what they're wondering is, what do you have? You simply saying, you just don't understand Roman Catholicism, and if you did, you may not be making that claim. That seems to be what you're implying. That's not enough. I hope I'm getting that right.
That's not enough to convince you that your position is unfounded, or is it enough to convince you that you lack the knowledge needed to claim there is not enough evidence for God?
If somebody doesn't have sufficient knowledge, they're still justified in not believing something. Right. Provide any evidence.
I don't believe you is different than there is not enough evidence.
Right. So
I don't believe you because there isn't enough evidence.
Let me change a little bit. I'm justified in believing God does not exist, even though I don't know what your definition of a God is, so long as your definition of a God has some similarity to the usage of anybody else in the world. So if your definition is any similarity at all to any of the other definitions, your God doesn't exist. I'm justified in believing your God does not exist.
God, you're going back to the point where I underline. I'm specifically talking when it comes to the Catholic God.
Yeah,
the start of this conversation is about the Catholic God. This is how, when I came up to the stage, I said specifically when it comes to the Catholic God. And you go back to the general position of what God means. I understand, and I agree with you. Again, I agree with you, T-Jump, that there is not evidence for God in general, because I have not evidence for the Zeus God. We talked about it earlier.
Luke. I'm saying there's no evidence for any of the specific gods, including yours. Your Catholic God has no evidence. I am justified in believing your Catholic God does not exist.
Now, Luke, I do want to make this point, because T-Jump is making the claim that I think that you're trying to go after, which is the claim that T-Jump is saying that evidence is absent, right? Randolph's position, and a lot of atheist position, is not that they are as strong as T-Jump in saying there is no evidence. What they're saying is, when they say there's no evidence that proves a God for me, that's different. They're not trying to say there is an absence of evidence, period, and I am not convinced that God is real, and no one else should be, right? But T-Jump's claim is stronger, and he's making it on the basis of how he is defining, in his previous argument, his notion of the existence of a non-physical mind. And he's correct. There is no evidence for that. Now, if you say, well, that's just a limitation of human concepts or human language, that's fine. But I really do think that you're getting hung up on the fact that people are saying there's no evidence. That's a shorthand. Most of them are saying there's no evidence sufficient to convince me.
Luke, let me.
Okay.
So Jefferson. One second. Luke, one second. Luke, 1 second.
Jefferson, you keep saying.
Stop it.
Luke. Ah, shit. Luke, why can I say?
Because I'm better at expressing your point. So Luke's argument, he doesn't care about whether you believe God doesn't exist or whether there's evidence of God. Luke's argument is that atheists are unjustified to say there is no evidence for God, and they're also unjustified to say there is no God if you haven't been told the properties of God yet. That's his argument. So if he says any random word, a bloof or whatever, and he comes to you and says, I believe in bloof, you are unjustified to say it doesn't exist, and you are unjustified to say it has no evidence, because you don't know what properties he thinks are in the bloof. That's his argument. Right?
And there is not enough evidence. There is not enough evidence for bloof.
Right.
It's really important, the enough. Sure. Because Jefferson, it's the second time you come up with the claim that we are not claiming there is no God. We claim that for us, there is not enough evidence for God. It's the second time you point out that. And I am underlining again for the third time, there is not enough evidence for God.
And I'm trying to say that was not my claim. I'm trying to say that is a claim that some atheists make. And that's why I gave the example. T-Jump is not making that claim.
So Luke, your argument is wrong, because the word God has lots of known common properties between all of the gods. So your God, I can generalize and say your God has no evidence, just like Zeus has no evidence, because both of those things are supposed to be outside of space-time. So all flowers are flowers. So all gods share this property, that outside of space-time, non-material minds, whatever. And so anything that has that definition has no evidence. Anything. Now, your God may be a specific kind, like a rose. A rose is a specific kind of flower that has specific properties to it, and I don't care about any of them. If it shares one property with the other gods, that it's non-physical, outside of space-time, if it shares that one property, then I am correct in saying your Catholic God does not exist and has no evidence, and there is not enough evidence for it, because there is not enough evidence for non-physical minds or for anything outside of space-time, regardless of all of the other properties you have. I don't care about the other properties. I can say your Catholic God doesn't exist because it has that one in common with every other usage of the term God, which also has no evidence.
All right. So, T-Jump, here's the thing I don't understand. How can you say that there is no evidence for outside of space-time when you don't know how to test outside of space-time?
Because you hold the burden of proof. If I don't know what's in the box, if there's no, like, pretend we have a box and no one's ever looked inside the box. If no one has ever looked inside the box, we have no evidence of what's inside the box. And so if you're going to say it's anything, say it's a squirrel, there's no evidence it's a squirrel. If you're going to say it's a leprechaun, there's no evidence it's a leprechaun. I'm justified to believe there is not one of those things in the box. There's no leprechaun.
It's going to be Schrodinger's cat. I'm sure of it.
Probably.
So, yeah. So when there is something in the box, I claim there is something in the box, and you say there is no evidence for the thing in the box.
Right.
You can hold that claim because you know how to open the box.
I don't know how to open the box. I do not know how to open the box. I can still claim there's no evidence of whatever your claim is in the box.
If you don't know what you're talking about, you cannot make the claim that there is no evidence.
Yes, I can. I can.
Yes, he can.
Okay, so you say I can make the claim that there is no evidence for Schumbluk.
Yeah.
When you don't know what Schumbluk is.
He's gone over this with you. We know what you mean by God, and there's no evidence of it.
No, you don't. There is no evidence for Schumbluk.
Oh no, go Mavar.
You said that your God is the Catholic God, and yet at the same time, he's not all powerful or omnipresent, right? When Randolph asked you,
he said most powerful.
Most powerful. Is he omnipresent?
Most present, probably. I don't actually know.
Most present.
That's what I'm saying.
Most present.
I want to go back to outside of space-time, but go ahead.
Before we go, I'll let you go back to outside of space-time. But I want to know a couple of things, because you keep claiming that your God is the Catholic God, yet all the personality, all the attributes you have presented so far did not match anything I could find about the Catholic God. So I need to understand your own Luke special Catholic God. What is the attribute to it before I could continue this conversation with you?
He's the strongest.
What does that mean?
Can he do anything?
Maximally powerful, maximally knowledgeable, maximally the strongest.
Can your God grant powers to others?
Like life, for example? This power?
Powers, like magical powers. The power to be able to levitate things with the power of the mind. Stuff like that.
Power to be super strong, as long as your hair is super long.
It's like the Force in Star Wars. Can you grant powers like that to somebody?
It could seem magical. It could look like magic, but it is not magic. It's still real.
It's
true. Hang on. So you don't want to answer this question, it sounds like to me.
The answer is yes and no, depending on what you mean by stuff or powers.
Right, I just gave you an example. So I can think about it, and this boulder that even big trucks have trouble lifting, I can make it just levitate in the air with ease. That'd be telekinesis. Can your God grant telekinesis to a person?
No, I don't think so.
So he's not all powerful. Okay.
That's correct. That's why I say the strongest.
No, then he's not the most powerful.
Who do you know that can give you power to levitate things?
According to Muslims, that would be Allah.
Yeah.
Yeah, does Allah exist?
According to Muslims, they have exactly the same claims you have, and the same evidence, apparently.
You avoided to answer the question.
He exists as much as
Christian God exists. Listen to the question. Does the thing you pointed out that is stronger than God exist? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, please defend the position that the Muslim God exists. And there we go, back again.
Okay. Here's yeah.
You
Again,
understand? The
no.
aversion in
That's what.
headline
See,
is that there is more
here's,
access.
let me respond to you. Let me respond. You don't have enough evidence. You don't understand the Muslim God, so you cannot deny it, or you say you don't have evidence. Show me that you have enough evidence to know the Muslim God before you say that he doesn't exist.
Exactly.
So, point of moderation, Luke. When people are talking, and I know they've done it to you a little bit, and I've noticed people working better to not overtalk each other on our end. It's just a lot of people on our end, and so it's hard to manage. But everybody has been improving on it dramatically in this one conversation alone. But you continuously overtalk anybody that's trying to engage with you, and that's fine. If you want to overtalk, say, "May I ask a question?" or "May I respond?" so that we can do this in a polite manner. It'll make the conversation flow much better. Thank you.
So I'm sorry. I think, did you get the what I was saying about you claiming that the Muslim God do exist?
You don't know the Muslim God. So you have to present why do you deny the Muslim God, the same God that you don't know?
When you talked over me earlier, I was pointing out the irony of your answer to the question: does the God that is able to levitate, to give you a superpower to levitate the rock, exist? And you answered yes. And then I pointed out the irony in your answer. I said, do you understand the irony when you say God of the Muslim God exists and you call yourself an atheist?
Yes, because it's to show you that your point of view, your argument is false. Do you understand that? It's a conversation point of view. It's a tool to use in talking to people.
I don't think he
basically what
that.
I did.
Well, let me try to explain a little bit. So Luke, he's showing the irony in your argument.
Yeah.
He's giving your own argument back to you. So just like you say, the atheists are unjustified to say there is no evidence of a God because they don't know what God is. You don't know what the Muslim God is, so you don't know, or you can't, you're unjustified to say that it doesn't exist. And if it exists, it's more powerful than your God. And so when you say your God is the most powerful, you're saying the Muslim God does not exist, but you don't know what the Muslim God is. And so just like you're claiming about the atheists, you are unjustified to say that the Muslim God doesn't exist, or to say that your God is the most powerful.
And it's also very ironic for you to sit here and ask if we can defend the Muslim God, because you haven't defended yours at all. You've provided zero evidence.
So, T-Jump, here's the thing. I could defend my position that there is not enough evidence for the Muslim God. This position that I hold, it is more likely that the God is a Catholic God than the Muslim God, and it is a position that I hold, and I have a noble, testable prediction about what would convince me if the Muslim God was real. This is something that you don't know about me, but when you say that he's doing the thing I did to you, to me, is like, okay, avoiding the conversation that I want to have, which is the lack of knowledge about the Catholic God, to have your conversation, which is, let me bitch about the evidence that you present.
Okay, are you saying more likely? That sounds like you're talking about probabilities rather than actual evidence.
I mean, probabilities are evidence, but so I gave a full, complete answer to your original argument. I can say your God does not exist.
He did say he was going to provide actual evidence of this, and then he went on to more likely, which sounds like he's pulling back a little bit. That's kind of what I was trying to flesh out here.
Well, evidence is probabilistic, so I don't think that there's not really a difference between saying it's probable and it's evidence, because those are the.
Well, yeah, he was making definitive claim, and then he was saying probabilities. So I just was curious there.
But Luke, we can just agree that in this conversation alone, there has been no good evidence for the Catholic God.
Yeah, we agree. That's not the conversation that we're having right now.
That's all I'm
we're
asking.
talking about the lack of knowledge of atheists. That's why I came up to this room. And when asked by Randolph, what did I want to talk about? And I gave the subject of there is not enough evidence for God when it comes specifically to the Catholic God is not supported by anything. And there is no.
That's right. I don't have enough. Yeah, I don't have sufficient evidence. Yes, I agree. I don't have sufficient evidence to prove to believe that your God is real. And I told you what my criteria was because you were interested in knowing what it would take. So I put up my cosmic challenge and said this is something. And then you started getting into particulars about the God. Your definition of the Christian God, the Catholic God, is quite different from how most Catholics and Christians define their God. So you're taking away omniscience and omnipotence and kind of makes the God sound kind of not very powerful and not very knowledgeable.
And I would also like to keep on hammering home on this. The Catholic dogma, as we can tell, is largely wrong, not true. So why do you believe that Catholicism is right? You're saying we have an ignorance of it, yet I feel like looking on the opposite side the Catholic Church is the largest denomination of Christianity, the most amount of Christians. So why are you a Christian? Why are you a Catholic? Why should others be?
All right. Thank you for the question, Amy. I think I'm going to stop the conversation here and leave the place for someone else because it's another conversation. And if I answer you right now, it will go down another road different from the one I wanted to talk about on Helpline today. We could talk about it on another time if you want to. That would be really great. I will be able to answer the question. But right now, if I start to answer this question, other question will come up afterwards, and I will take the time from others. Okay?
Luke, when you leave, please hang around. JCC68, who's going to be our next guest, is hoping that you'll hear what he has to say when he's on. Apparently, he's got some thoughts on what you've had to say. Thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to talking with you again.
Is that okay with you, Amy?
Thank you, Luke.
Amy, sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah?
I think that's the main question, but it was a good conversation nonetheless.
Yeah. I just want to. I don't want you to feel like I'm avoiding the conversation. I really want to answer your question, but right now it's not the time. I took too much time already from others with this lack of knowledge about the Catholic God from atheists, and I think I gave my point enough. Took enough of your time, so I'll wait for the other guy and leave.
We do appreciate that you're wanting to keep it to one topic at a time. Thank you very much. That's very nice.
I think he did a good job at demonstrating his lack of knowledge about Catholicism. Hey, JCC.
Hello, JCC68, a friend of mine. Welcome and thank you for joining us. I think you had some things to say about what Luke's views were there, his ideas, and also you may have had some other things you wanted to add.
Yeah, thanks. And you guys can call me James. That's cool as well too. So, yeah, I've spoken to Luke on several occasions, and he starts off with a claim that a non-believer does not have enough information to make a justified position that they cannot believe that this God exists. So, a good question to that would be like, what convinces you that these atheists or these non-believers do not have enough information? And is it possible that these atheists do have enough information that is not convincing of them to not believe that this Catholic God exists? So it seems like Luke was not wanting to have honest dialogue and go down that avenue, and he was wanting to push his position. So it's very... although it was handled quite well, everybody up here did a great job in communicating with Luke. I don't think it was completely an honest dialogue from Luke's point, so it was very frustrating for me to listen to.
Well, I did call him out on sophistry at one point, but yeah, I think the dialogue went quite well. We've improved as a panel on this over time. Thank you very much. Was there anything else you wanted to discuss?
Well, I do want to interrupt there for a little bit. So Luke's Luke had a valid original argument. His original argument is that it was unjustified to claim something doesn't exist, or that there's no evidence, or that there's not enough evidence for a thing that you don't know anything about. That he is correct
Right.
on that in basics. If we have, but since we already have some information about God, like the typical outside of space-time or non-physical mind properties, which we know don't have evidence and don't provide evidence, we are justified to say that God does not exist. So his original point was correct. It's just that he misunderstands epistemology on his second point, which is that he thinks it's unjustified to say, or that we're required to be able to come up with novel predictions for his hypothesis. So that part we don't need at all.
Yes, I agree, Russ.
Oh, and just before I just need to interject for a sec. Jefferson Spatchcock says he needs to get going. Jefferson, did you have any final thoughts before you headed off? We really appreciate you being on with us.
No, I thought it was a good conversation with Luke. I think he ended it quite well. Yeah, I think some of it was kind of talking past some of the stuff and maybe not getting Cheecham's point. But no, other than that, I'm good. Thanks for having me on. I'm sorry I can't stay longer, but I do have some things I got to get done today, so I'm going to get going. But,
hey, thanks for joining us, Jefferson. Always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Jefferson.
Yeah. Good meeting you, Mubarak, and JCC. I think I know you. I think I may have talked to you on Clubhouse back in the day.
Clubhouse, and maybe on the SC server in Discord as well, possibly.
Okay. And if he's still listening, best wishes to Luke. It was a good conversation. So take care, everybody. Have a fun one.
I see Luke in the audience. Yeah, and T-Jump, thanks for pointing out that Luke's argument was correct, was valid. I do think that's important. People get credit for things when they are correct, when they are putting forward something that's credible. Yes.
The problem is, by his own argument, if he rejected evolution, he would be presenting a contradictory position. It would be a performative contradiction, right? Which is, he rejects evolution, right? So there you go.
As a Catholic?
I think so. I think Luke rejects evolution. I think he's one of the, let's pull him back up real quick. Let's ask him. I want to know, because I think he's like one of those, look, you reject evolution, right?
You can type it in the chat.
Oh, you don't? Okay, I'm wrong. My bad. I thought he was another, never mind. My bad.
I was going to say, that's the one thing I will actually give Catholic. I'll give them points for two things. They were funding science in the early 1900s, and they actually helped discover the cosmic microwave background energy, and they also believe in evolution. So
okay, I will just say that there was a Catholic priest who was well educated who made some discoveries, and there are things like that. I don't know if the church was primarily behind it, or these people actually kind of took it upon themselves to do it. You got to remember in those times that if you aren't part of the religion, it's very hard to get employment too. Like all these amazing painters in these churches, if they didn't profess belief in God, the church won't hire them. So there's question about whether those people truly were religious in there as well. But I think the church was, at least the Catholic Church was a bit more progressive than the other religions that were stuck in the old ways. So at least they were willing to try to adapt things and try to fit with current times a little better. And that's partly why they've survived so successfully today.
And we'll look past that one bad thing. The TOS loves us. Moving on, it looks like we have more people.
Yeah, we've got a few.
Did JCC have a second point or something?
I just wanted to bring up that I experienced a very potential life-ending car crash, and I was possibly not completely knocked out, but there was a brief moment where I didn't experience a short period of time, but however, most of it I completely experienced, and at nowhere point in time did I have any
near-death experience.
Necessity to reach out to a God. So I was actually the one true atheist in the foxhole.
on the surgical table too, I guess.
Well,
exactly.
Well, that's why I say everybody. That's why I always say, actually, that everybody is an atheist in a foxhole, because they're asking for help. They're calling in backup. They're giving covering fire. They're responding to people, right? Nobody is praying to God, hoping to be saved from the situation. They're too busy dealing with the real stuff.
Oh, and by the way, JCC 60, James, I think a lot of it too has to do with what people fill their minds with. So if they're filling their minds with religion and all these expectations that some God is going to greet them, then that's likely what's going to be triggered for them when they're going through these kinds of experiences where they feel like they're at the end of life. Oh, this is what their mind jogs over to, and that's what they end up envisioning. Because you don't have that, it was a different experience for you.
Yeah, I can completely agree with that. However, I am surrounded by it, though. I live in Texas.
Yeah, but it's not your expectation.
Right. I get you.
Yeah, hopefully your recovery is going well, James.
Oh yeah, thank you for asking. Yeah, moving along quite fine. However, it's a long, arduous progress, and with my thumb injury, that is the most devastating thing to me because I practice massage therapy. So I'm hopeful to be practicing in 2025.
Wow. Okay. Oh well, get well soon. I hope it goes better than you're expecting. Shall we bring up another guest?
Yep. Thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you, James.
You got all sevens?
All sevens, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Give me 1 second. The app is glitching out. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thanks for joining us. How are you today?
I'm all right. So I wanted to get some clarity on a few things here. So we all agree that if someone posits a god, right, not necessarily an Abrahamic god, but some god that's the equivalent to something like the phantom particle, which would be something that is apparently part of our universe, can have spatial coordinates, but doesn't really physically interact with anything such that there are observations we can make that are more expected on the hypothesis that it exists as opposed to the negation to that hypothesis, that we would be agnostic on that, right?
No, you can say it.
How could we know it exists?
You can be positive.
No, not dark energy, because that's something that actually interacts with the physical world.
You can positively
such
claim
that we
it
could
does
generate an
not
observation.
exist. So because there are infinitely many alternative hypotheses that can all fit the same space. Say there's like an anti whatever it is particle. So you posit a hypothetical particle, and I can posit an anti-particle that eats all of your particles or whatever. Both have equal probability of existing. You can just reject and say no, neither exist. So for anything you could potentially posit, you can just say it doesn't exist because the anti of that thing could also exist, and without evidence, they both are just non-existent imaginary particles. Everything is imaginary until demonstrated otherwise.
Well, I mean, there's two things there. The first thing is, are there any observations we're making that are expected on the hypothesis that the phantom particle or the God in question doesn't exist?
Doesn't make a difference.
If it doesn't interact, what observation could we possibly make?
Well, I mean, that's the entire point, right?
It doesn't make a difference.
There's not some observation we can make.
So like, if there's a thing we have no observations for, the antithesis of that thing also has no observations for. Both could exist. There's no evidence for either, and there's infinitely many alternatives that could also exist. It's rational to say none of them exist. They are all imaginary. A human brain made it up until there's evidence to believe it exists. It's imaginary.
I think it might help if we posit a particular example. So let's use the phantom particle again.
Does not exist until you have evidence.
Give me a second here. So we have the proposition the phantom particle exists, and then we have the proposition the phantom particle doesn't exist, right? Only one of these propositions can be true, right? And you'd say that if there's not an observation that's more expected on one hypothesis over the other, that we can't ascribe a probability to one being true over the other, right?
No, we can say it does not exist. It's a figment of human imagination like everything else that people have come up with, because there's another factor there, which is humans make stuff up in their brains all the time. Is that a very common thing? Yes, that's an extremely common thing. So for anything that you posit, I can say it's highly likely just a thing in your imagination, and I'm highly likely to be correct. So I have a good evidence to conclude it does not exist, because there's this thing called the human imagination that makes stuff up all the time. And the only way to really justify belief something exists outside of our imagination is to provide evidence for it. So if there's no evidence, I'm highly justified in concluding it's just a figment of your imagination.
Well, is what's being said that the fact that it was imagined up by a human is an observation that's expected on the negation of the hypothesis?
No, it's irrelevant. Never said it was.
Oh, well then. I mean, look, if there is a mixture of evidentiary and perhaps some pragmatic concerns insofar as
you're not even addressing my point. So my point was that humans make stuff up. Of all of the things that have been imagined to exist, the vast majority do not exist. Therefore, for any given thing that is imagined to exist, it is more likely it does not exist. Conclusion: anything you say, like the phantom particle, likely does not exist. So I'm justified in concluding it does not exist until you provide evidence it does.
So real quick, all sevens, are you just presenting a phantom particle hypothetically, or do you have an actual like scientific model of the universe that's projecting through mathematics?
No, I already said that. No, I already said that the phantom particle doesn't make predictions, and there's no predictions that seem to work against it because it doesn't interact with any of the four forces of the universe.
In dismissing it, including you.
So his argument is that
by dismissed,
he's arguing that it's irrational to say it does exist, and it's equally as irrational to say it does not exist. And my argument is no, it's rational to say it does not exist because we have other forms of evidence of humans making stuff up and it not existing. There's quite a bit of that.
Yeah, I actually want to touch on that. So you said that there are a lot of things that people imagine up, and that most of them, as you say, have been demonstrated to be untrue.
Yeah.
So it does sound like what you're saying is actually compatible with what I said before, which was that the phantom particle is less likely to exist than not because the observation of people having imagined it up, right, is less expected on the hypothesis that the phantom particle exists than the negation of the hypothesis.
No.
Is that basically what you're saying?
No, because if the phantom particle exists or the phantom particle does not exist, the part of people imagine it would be equivalent on both. So it has no evidence whatsoever. What is evidence is that the probability of humans making stuff up and being wrong is so significantly high that we can default to anything humans make up without evidence. It does not exist. And so whether or not the particle exists or not is irrelevant. What matters is, well, did we come up with it in our brains? Yes. Is there anything beyond that to believe it exists? No, and it probably doesn't exist.
Well, wait, I'm a little confused here now because now you just said that the reason that what I said would not work on your view is because the imagining of the particle not existing, as you said, is the same. So, like, I'm not understanding why one proposition has a greater probability of being true than the other.
Imagining something doesn't exist is not the same as imagining something does exist.
We know that people make things up. We don't know that particles that can't be detected exist. So for being good Bayesian reasoners, we are justified in claiming it's more likely that somebody is making something up.
All right, pause. Let me catch you guys up on his argument. So his argument is that if someone imagines the particle exists, I'm saying it's unreasonable, where we should think it does not exist because it's just a figment of imagination. And he's countering with, well, what if I imagine that the antiparticle does not exist? And then he could say, I'm unreasonable, or I think that hypothesis is wrong. Therefore, it does exist, or it's more likely to exist because someone imagined it doesn't exist or something. So he's trying to make a mirroring argument and saying that you would be equally justified if someone comes up with the hypothesis that something doesn't exist, then you would be justified in believing it does exist simply because humans making stuff up is wrong. That is incorrect. So the default hypothesis is when you're discussing reality and imaginations, we can't imagine something into existence. Saying something doesn't exist, totally fine, 100%. But you can never be justified in believing something does exist about reality based off of anything in our imagination. If you want to say it doesn't exist, A-okay. Saying it does exist, can't do that.
I just want to start by saying I'm not ascribing any particular probability to the phantom particle existing. I'm basically just putting forward some hypothesis that is logically possible, which means that there is a non-zero probability that it exists, and B, trying
But
to
also,
analyze if.
my question to you really is, why are you trying to ascribe this to the label God? Like, I'm looking this up. It seems like it could be a hypothetical form of dark energy, which would be the thing that is pushing everything out.
It's something he just made up on the
He didn't
spot.
mention
It's
God.
just like a.
Has nothing.
Yeah, when I say phantom particle, I'm just referring to something I defined at the beginning of this, and I'll also remind. I don't know if you were listening at the beginning. I said I'm not.
The appropriate response is that you just made it up, and there's no mathematical model of our universe that involves your prediction, and you're saying it's untestable. I think you made it up. I'm just gonna say until you can prove it. I'm just gonna say you made it up.
I said that from the outset. I don't know why you're saying that as if that's like something I deny, but
So,
in any case,
just to clarify,
I'll also
wait. So just to clarify, his argument has nothing to do with God. He doesn't care about God. This is an epistemic argument. He's making a question about what is justified in knowledge claims. Is it justified to claim something does exist versus is it justified to claim it does not exist? And are those two claims equal? That's his question. Has nothing to do with the God. Has nothing to do with the phantom particle. Phantom particle is just an example. So if anybody claims anything does exist or doesn't exist, and there's absolutely no evidence for it, which is more justified? That's the question. His position seems to be that they're both equally justified. My position is that the not exist side is more justified, and he's trying to figure out why. That's the question.
I'll actually change one thing about that. I didn't even say they're equally justified. I'm saying that I'm agnostic on which one would have greater justification. I can't really ascribe a probability at all.
Okay.
Like, I'm not agnostic as in I'm 50-50 on it. I'm agnostic as in I don't even know how I would approach ascribing a probability in that case. But I also just want to say to Amy real quick, because I don't know if you were listening at the beginning, I already said I'm not referring to the Abrahamic gods, because there are observations that are more and less expected on those, because those contain particular propositions.
I did hear that, but if I could just interrupt, it did seem like you were saying not the Abrahamic God, but a God. Did I hear that wrong?
Yeah, but a God.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And so what does any of this have to do with a God?
Oh, yeah, because someone can posit some God that doesn't interact with the physical world at all. It just happens to exist, right?
Sure, but you wouldn't have any evidence for it.
Yeah, and there also wouldn't be any evidence that counts against it, because I don't know what observation one can make that's expected on the negation of the hypothesis, right? Now,
sure. But the point would be you don't believe in something until you do have good evidence.
Well, of course, if by not believe you mean I don't affirm that it exists, but I also don't take the positive position that it doesn't exist. Not that it really matters, because something that doesn't interact with the physical world would by definition be something that doesn't really interest us. But
see, but I call that agnostic.
Yeah, you could call that agnostic.
Are you agnostic on the existence of leprechauns?
No.
Why not?
Because there are observations we make that are expected on the negation of the hypothesis that leprechauns exist.
What about the magic leprechauns that don't physically interact?
Oh, so if it's like leprechauns that don't interact with the physical world, it's something different than what I was thinking of when I thought of leprechauns. But yeah, then I'm agnostic on that. But we're thinking of something different there.
You see, this is where your position seems irrational, because you can justifiably conclude there are no non-physical leprechauns. That is irrational. It is rational to be, nope, those don't exist. You just made them up and they don't exist in reality. You can justifiably make that leap because human brains make stuff up all the time. And there's very low likelihood that actually corresponds to reality. And so for anything anybody makes up ever, if there's no evidence, you can say, nah, probably doesn't exist. And you were rational. As a rational conclusion.
Well, I'm sympathetic to the intuition, but if I'm being honest, I actually just don't know what would be counting against it insofar as like evidentiary and a small amount of pragmatic concerns, right? Because one could posit a multitude of things that they imagine.
Well, let
right?
me clarify. So
Now,
human imagination is very bad at corresponding to reality. It's very bad. And so the fact that you imagine it means it's probably not in reality because your brain is so bad at making things correspond to reality.
well, look, this actually comes back to what I was saying before. It sounds like what you're saying is that a person imagining something that doesn't interact with the physical world or something like, or not even that. We could say a person imagining something, right, has a low likelihood, as far as we've observed in the past, of actually correlating to a true proposition, right?
Sure.
Which would make that unexpected on the hypothesis that the leprechauns exist, right? If what you're saying there is that, then I could actually say that's evidence that counts against the leprechauns existing. But then there would be an issue we would run into, which is I don't know how we would determine for the non-physical things that people were wrong about that previously, because they're by definition things that we can't determine are right or wrong.
I don't understand what you just said there. So because our brains are designed in such a way that things we imagine are pragmatically useful to us, but have no bearing on reality, we make up things that don't correspond to reality. Very good. We're very good at that. Very good at making up things that don't correspond to reality, but are pragmatically useful. So for anything we make up, it is more likely to be in that camp of pragmatically useful, but does not exist. Like colors, say, color red. We made it up. It doesn't exist. There's no actual color red. The words, English words, made them up. Didn't exist. They don't exist anywhere in the universe. Math, logic, same thing. Don't exist. We made them up. And so,
well, wait. I don't think that people are positing that logic or the color red has like spatial coordinates, right?
Right. They don't exist.
I think a better example to use would be something like Bigfoot, right? We could say, all right, people posit that Bigfoot exists, and they posit that a whole lot of other things exist, and there are observations we can make to show that they were wrong about the majority of things that they claimed to exist, right? I can sign off on that, right? There's no disagreement there. But if we then say, because of that, it's less likely to be the case that those things are true if they observe those things. That would only apply to the physical things. But if someone posits a non-physical thing, right, I don't know how it would be logically possible at any point in history for us to have made observations of people being wrong about these non-physical things that they posited.
That would make it less likely,
existing
not more
because
likely. So, like, if you are bad at making guesses about things that are right next to you, if you're going to make a guess about a thing a mile away, you're going to be even more likely to be wrong. So, if you're bad at estimating something close, then, and as you get further away, your estimation gets worse and worse and worse. The estimations of things that are further away, so in this case, going from physical to non-physical, or from even non-physical to the origin or foundational essence of the universe, would be even less likely to be true. So, like, what that graph is, the triangle thing, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. If you're bad at guessing things that are close, like Bigfoot, and you're bad at, even worse at guessing things that are spiritual, ghosts and Reiki and crystals and tarot cards, voodoo, then you're even worse at guessing the foundational nature of the universe or anything outside of space-time or anything non-physical. The further away you get from your pragmatic usefulness, the more likely you are to be wrong.
Okay, so are you saying that, like, you're imagining it mathematically, like there seems to be a trend towards the type of thing that a person is positing, and the less it seems to be interacting with the physical world in a way that we can make observations about it, the more likely that the person is wrong about the thing when we finally do obtain the empirical data, right? And so you're saying if we followed that trend all the way to the point of complete non-physicality, right, those propositions would also be just as unlikely as the ones that have like very little evidence that finally demonstrated that those propositions were wrong.
More likely. So it'd be more likely that those are false, that our beliefs about those are false, than the ones that are physical or relate to us in some way. So the closer and more they relate, the more likely we are to be right. And the further away and less they relate, the more likely we are to be wrong.
I mean, well, I'm not acquainted with any empirics that have shown that, but I'll just grant it to you. Maybe there's something you have access to. It sounds like it could be accurate, I suppose.
It's
like
actually
based on some anecdotes I have, but
history and legal usage of testimony. So in history, there's a paper by Mike Licona, who's a Christian, so he's arguing against this. But the very first line of the paper is historians hold to it that the study of miracle claims lies outside of the bounds of a historian acting within their professional capacity. And then he gives long quotes from other historians of why that is. And in the explanation of why, testimony is not evidence of things that don't already have an empirical basis, like miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, etc., because humans are so bad at getting those things right. It's normally just an unknown natural phenomenon that they didn't understand or something. And so testimony of things like I saw a dog, or that guy killed that guy, or there is a guy named Caesar, perfectly fine, because that's close into the realm of things that relate to us. Things that get further away, like miracles, magic, mythical creatures, no testimony is accepted for those until you have some empirical basis, because it's gone beyond the point of where testimony is a reliable source of evidence, because it's outside of our range of reliable conceptions.
And just to build off what T-Jump was saying, because we do want novel testable predictions, we do want to have an epistemology, I think, based in skepticism, and I can't think of any example where we say I don't know, and then it makes us just fill in the blank, or then say, well, then it's true. And thus, when we don't know something, we must refrain from believing in it until we have sufficient evidence to push us over.
At no point did I say that we should affirm that it's true if we're agnostic on it. That would be a very weird way to operate.
I agree, but it was just the way that you framed it. I still don't know then why a god, because the phantom particle could be true or it could not be true. All we're ever going to get out of this conversation is we don't know. And the same really is going to be true of God.
Well, that's the point of his question.
Well, it'll be true of...
It's not specifically about trying to get God to exist. He's asking questions about epistemology, not questions about whether God exists.
Sure. I would say it was the entire conversation is about what our toolkit is, and that is why it should be under skepticism.
I mean, agnostics are skeptics under common parlance, but there actually is a connection back to like Abrahamic gods insofar as expected hypothesis theory. The path that this goes down is to like generate determinations that would raise or lower the probability of, say, the Islamic God existing, right? So if it's actually the case that here's the whole, I'll give you a general sketch of what the idea is. If someone posits a God that doesn't interact with the world in any way physically, such that there are observations we can make that are more or less expected on the hypothesis of it existing, right? Then the less observations we can make of it, the less importance it'll actually hold to us. Because by definition of physical things, it's only going to be physical things that are actually going to matter to us, since those are the things that actually interact with our lives, right? And the more that they posit that there are physical interactions between God and the world we're in, the more that it will matter, but they run into the problem of we can actually start to perform science that would disprove that God, or use philosophy that would, lower the probability of that God existing through various propositions that are put forward. Does that sketch make sense?
What was the conclusion?
Well, the conclusion is that there are religions or gods that could be posited that at least I would be agnostic on. But it wouldn't mean anything to say you're agnostic on it, because, for one, it's just not going to interact with us in literally any way, right? But on top of that, being agnostic on it is not ascribing a probability to it. So if there's like a greater or equal to probability that there's some other truth of the world that is going to influence your actions, right, it's not really going to be interesting. But as far as the Abrahamic gods go, as like the end case example, it would be the case that these gods would matter very much if they existed or not. But as you scale up the specificity of the god, you would actually be scaling up the amount of tests you can legitimately perform to raise or lower the probability of that god existing.
Well, some depend if the properties are things that would lead to something you can test. Like there could be infinitely such properties of a god that have nothing to do with the physical world or anything we could ever interact with. Like there could be a god that created the physical world and there's no afterlife or anything and just went off on his own and did a whole bunch of other stuff that's all spiritual that we could never test. And so you could have an incredibly specificity level of God that's just infinite and have no way to test it. But another point would be like there's infinitely many alternatives. So you can say there's a non-physical god that doesn't interact. You'd have a non-physical leprechaun that doesn't interact, or a non-physical dog that doesn't interact. You're taking things that we understand and know about, and then like in our physical world, and then making an analogy and saying, well, what if there's something like this in a non-physical world, in like some other plane of existence or something? So you're taking the physical stuff we understand and then trying to apply it to a further away realm, which, like I was saying, is just less likely to be true. It's more likely that our conceptions or analogies just literally just don't apply in whatever realm you're talking about. It just doesn't, even if that realm exists, the way you're trying to make an analogy probably just doesn't work at all. That's more likely to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just not particularly convinced of that part with the purely non-physical things, because I don't know what observations we can make about the non-physical claims being made such that we could prove that they're more often wrong than right, because like in the first place, they're not provable in either direction. That's the thing I'm a little hung up on. But I mean, I don't think there's a big disagreement between us. It's just like maybe a difference in norms so far as our epistemology, that sort of thing.
Well, so I would give it one more shot. So if there is a non-physical realm, like kind of think of the non-physical realm as an extra dimension in the universe. When we try to apply our knowledge of how things work around us to the super tiny or the super big things, it fails drastically. Like trying to apply Newtonian mechanics to space-time doesn't work, completely fails, doesn't work. So when we take the things that we think of in our normal pragmatic lives, like consciousness or dogs or souls, whatever, and we try to make analogies of this in the spiritual realm, like a soul, like a god, it's more likely that even if there is a spiritual non-physical realm, that it bears no resemblance whatsoever to our current pragmatic states of consciousness and the way we live. And so when you try to take our lives and say we have a soul or whatever, and say we're going to have an afterlife where we can have conscious interactions and speak to people, it's more likely that that is false. More likely that if there is such a realm, it bears no resemblance to us whatsoever. And because there's infinitely many possible ways, alternative possibilities of the way the afterlife could be that are mutually exclusive to the way that is. And the probability that yours is right when it's being constrained by the analogies of your human brain is more likely to be wrong than if somebody said, there is a supernatural realm, but it has absolutely nothing to do with anything you just said because it's not analogous to human life. That is more likely to be correct.
Well, there was something that you said there that seemed a little promising. It was that one can posit a whole multitude of hypotheses and they're all incompatible with each other, meaning only one can be true.
Yes.
And by there being so many, we can say perhaps that the probability lowers as you introduce more incompatible options. Perhaps I could see something like that, right? Although, I mean, I guess like a person could get around this by positing that the phantom particle is compatible with all other like schmantom particles and whatever else they want to posit, right? They could just posit compatibility. But if there is an incompatibility, then sure, I could see that lowering the probability.
Right. And that's one of the examples I used earlier. I said for every thing you could exist, for posit to exist, there could be an anti-thing, like an anti-phantom particle that eats all of your phantom particles. You can't say that's compatible because by definition, it's not compatible. And that's just one logical example. There could be like a particle that prevents all other particles or something, or one that has like matter to antimatter or whatever. And you could make up infinitely many such things for any given hypothesis. And there's no reason to think any one is more likely than another. And because all of them are mutually compatible with each other, the probability they're all wrong. One might be right, but you're rationally justified in saying no, they're all wrong.
Which is why I'll keep on saying we should have an epistemological worldview of skepticism and not believe anything until it actually has good evidence.
Everything is imaginary until demonstrated otherwise.
Exactly.
Well, I'll just add, Amy, that being agnostic is not believing in something. Like,
No, I mean,
for
I'm an
example,
agnostic atheist. It just seemed like, so it's your very specific phrasing of not the Abrahamic God, which I get. I'm friends with, pagans and non-traditional monotheistic. A lot of time they're often more liberal and more friendly to us. My point would just be that I think that we haven't been shown evidence for any type of God. And so a lot of people sometimes come in here and will say, well, you know, I believe in a coffee cup and the coffee cup is my God. Are you all theists now? And so it's like, well, it's not really the type of God. And so I understand when we're trying to understand what convinces us and what our beliefs is and what our epistemology is. I think we don't have to jump the gun when there are things out there. We, just like you were saying, we can be agnostic. It's not defining a position, but I just want good evidence. That's what I think we all want.
yeah, I don't disagree that, under my norms, and I guess you have the same norms, that one should have evidence before holding a positive claim. Like, that's in agreement. And, I mean, yeah, probably not too much else to say other than, if it's like okay with you, I'd like to stay up here in case there's any theists that come up. But if you don't run the room like that, that's fine.
That's a Randolph and Taco decision.
That's not how we do it.
We would normally be bringing people on. We'd have to get to know them first before we bring them on as regular hosts. So, but we do appreciate the offer. People do like to try to have multiple guests on. And the problem is that we've encountered with that is it very often ends up getting very heated. So this whole show is focused on one guest at a time kind of thing. The few times we've brought on multiple guests, it's pretty much every time it's turned into a disaster. So we just don't do that.
Unless it's Barthologist and LSF.
Yeah, well, he's a disaster of his own.
Well, thank you for coming up.
Sorry, I'm coughing here. Thank you very much for joining us, all sevens.
Yep. If anybody else would like to come up and chat with us, if you think you can prove a god or some supernatural thing,
yeah,
or
goblins,
Bigfoot, various cryptids, we'd love to hear from you. Oh, Luke wants to come back up.
Sounds good. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, Luke, welcome back. Can you turn off your video, Luke, or we'll just? Thank you for coming back. Yeah, welcome.
Is he speaking? Can you hear him? I cannot hear him.
Prime mover argument. Okay, so maybe you want to just lay out what the
And he left.
He could not hear, so I assume he's rejoining to
okay.
get his sound
Cool,
back.
cool.
I can hear now.
Do you get me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me
yes.
now?
Okay, so Luke,
okay, great.
you're
So
raising
the prime mover
argument. So
we observe
maybe you'd like to just tell us what the prime mover argument is.
We there should be some kind of base to the existence of thing. If we don't have a base that is not created, so a mover that is not moved, then things there is no reason for things to exist. Where is there something instead of nothing? That is a question answered by the prime mover argument. The argument is saying that there is a mover, something, some entity
Okay,
that
so I just looked
move
this up on.
that
Okay,
hasn't moved.
maybe I can help here, and you can tell me if this is right. Like I just looked this up on Google. It says, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here, and Google often has good descriptions. So, prime mover, it's a Latin phrase, primum moverans. I'm not saying it right, I'm sure, is a concept advanced by Aristotle as a primary cause, or the first uncaused cause, or mover of all the motion in the universe. Does that sound right to you?
Yep. And cause.
Okay, so that's are you positing that it's your god that is that prime mover?
Yeah, that's the name we give to this uncaused cause.
Okay. Why is it that your male deity is the prime mover? There's nothing before it.
Why is there nothing before it?
Yeah, if it's the initial cause of everything, then why is it so special? Why is it your god that has that? And how can we know there was nothing before your god that moved to make it exist?
So the knowledge of him being the beginning and the end is revelation. How do we know? That's how. But why is he the first one? Is by definition.
Okay, so
Yeah, sure.
there seems to be a problem here. One, I can make up a new definition. I say your God is not the prime mover. Your God is a wimpy little scrawny kid, and my God is bigger than your God.
Yeah.
So definitions are not evidence. Secondly, revelation also not evidence for the reason that I was mentioning with the previous speaker.
So jump, yeah, it's not evidence definition, but nevertheless you need to assign a word to the idea of the uncaused cause. So words are tools to convey idea, and yeah, if you have a god that has caused my god, well, yeah, let's hear about him. But yeah, we can differentiate. What is the differentiation between your god and my god? What's the difference between those two?
Mine didn't drown babies.
Can we? Sorry, what?
Mine did not drown babies.
Mine neither. So we good. It's not a
Are
difference.
you sure about that? Because Catholic God drowned babies.
No.
What?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah, you are sure, but you are incorrect.
Did he flood the world?
No.
No, he did not do that. So did he lie? Did he
What?
lie? Did he lie in the Bible?
What do you mean lie in the Bible?
Did he tell stories that were not true?
Yeah, there are fictional characters in the Bible, yes, and stories that are not true, like l'Iliade and l'Odyssée or Fable de La Fontaine, these kind of stories.
So when it says every jot and tittle in this is true, and then it says this is fiction, so it's not true, that's a contradiction.
What?
Does the Bible say that it's true, that every word in the Bible is true?
Okay. What is the Grimm brothers?
What?
In English, in French, we have Fable de La Fontaine, but
they made a bunch of fairy tales, and they became quite famous for it.
So the Grimm brothers, are their words true?
No.
No. Okay, so no.
Right.
To answer your question.
So
the Bible is not true.
The Bible is not true. Thank you, Amy.
As much as the Grimm brothers stories are not true. Yeah, that's correct.
That's right. That means they do not correspond to reality.
There are parts of the Bible that correspond to reality. There are parts of the Grimm brothers stories that correspond to reality. Do we agree on that?
Which parts?
Like Red Robin Hood.
Trees and houses exist.
Houses.
Trees and houses exist.
Trees and houses.
So Red Robin Hood story, you have Robin Hoods that are red, for example, that correspond to reality. You understand what I mean?
Yes, the actual red dress. There are red dresses that exist. Yes.
Yeah, in that sense, it's not false.
Yes, Taco
right?
Taco already got
And
that with the trees and the houses. That's why Taco mentioned trees and houses. Yes.
And there are things that do not exist, like
Werewolves,
houses made of bread.
Gods.
And
Gods.
witches and those kind of things.
Zombies,
So
satyr,
we agree.
wizards,
So
witches,
when you make the
cockatrices,
joke
demons,
about the Bible,
unicorns, talking donkeys, dragons.
what are you doing, Randolph?
He's listing things in the Bible that are mythical creatures, just like in the
Why
Brothers Grimm.
are you doing that?
Yep. T-jump
Are you
understand.
making fun? Is it mocking? The purpose of mockery?
A little
No,
bit.
no, no. I'm listing things that are in the Bible, like the cockatrice. You can find it in Jeremiah.
Yes, why
11:8.
are you doing that if it's not for mockery, Randolph?
Because you were listing things in the Brothers Grimm that don't exist, like witches, werewolves.
Yes,
Yes.
I understand what he was doing. Why was he doing it if it's not to mock the idea I was presenting?
It's a comparison. He's saying that you were saying that the Bible is true, just like the Brothers Grimm is true. And there are things in both that are true, like people and houses. And there are things that are not true, like dragons and cockatrice and werewolves.
Again, you're describing what he was doing,
Wizards.
not answering why. What was the purpose in doing such a thing?
Your Honor, if we admit it was
compare.
mockery, will we be held in contempt?
Yeah, I was, as T-Jump mentioned, and he's right. It was comparative, and you're listing these things just like he said in the Brothers Grimm stories. And I'm listing these things from the Bible, so these things are not real as far as we know. And the same with the Brothers Grimm, as far as we know, those things are not real. So we're seeing similarities here. I'm pattern matching. I'm a human being. It's what I do.
So you started with the prime mover argument. You said there must be a prime mover, and Randolph said, why do you think your God must be the prime mover? It is equally or more likely that there is something else that's the prime mover, and your God is just one of the things in the chain. Your God, who created your God? And you said, because of definition and revelation. Definitions don't work because you can define anything any way you want. Doesn't mean anything. We already know that's your definition. And so all you have right now is revelation. You got it revealed in your human brain that you humanly imagined that your God is the prime mover. That's great. Not evidence.
I'm sorry, do you have better evidence that I am wrong, or
yes,
are you just criticizing the one? Okay, what is the evidence that you have that your God is different? How is he different than mine? And why is he the one who created my God?
So I have evidence that humans make stuff up all the time. And when they make stuff up, they don't correspond to reality. They're just asserting things with no evidence. And a way to show that they're just asserting things with no evidence is to assert an alternative hypothesis that also has no evidence. So if you say, my God is the biggest God, I can say, my God is your God plus one. Now, if you don't have any evidence to demonstrate your God and not my God, that defeats your hypothesis. Your hypothesis has been defeated. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm saying, if you can't provide any evidence that demonstrates your God exists and is the prime mover, and all you have is that your claims, I can make an alternative claim, or Randolph in this case can make an alternative claim that has equally as much evidence, which is 0. And since they both have equivalent evidence, there's no reason to believe that your hypothesis is true.
Your claim is unsupported. Do we agree?
Yes. Equally as supported as yours, which is unsupported. Yes.
It is unsupported.
Yes.
You know what you say, you claim to be true, is unsupported. You agree with that?
Well, it's equally as supported as your claim. That's the claims, which therefore means it is unsupported.
I'm not asking about equally. I'm talking about the fact that it is unsupported.
No, I think you're misunderstanding the argument. So the point of the argument.
I understand what you mean by equally.
No.
I want to underline that you don't have your enough evidence. We go back to the
no. You don't understand. You don't understand.
You claim things to be true.
You don't understand.
That are unsupported.
You don't understand. So I could add more evidence. I could make more evidence, but I'm not. I'm specifically taking only the evidence that you've provided, and I'm taking exactly that same amount of evidence and presenting an alternative. So I could present more evidence. I have lots of more evidence I could provide, but I don't want to do that because the point of the argument is to create a stalking horse, which is a mirror. So I'm trying to create a mirror of your argument. I'm taking your argument and only the evidence you've presented and copying it for an alternative hypothesis. So I could present more evidence, but that would defeat the point of the argument, because the whole argument is for me to only use the evidence you have provided to show I can make an alternative that is equal to yours.
So presenting more evidence that your God is stronger than mine. Is that what you said that you could do?
Yes, I can do that very easily.
Okay. So if you could present more evidence that your God is stronger than mine, and you choose not to do it just for the kicks of it, I guess you want to underline the idea that my God is unsupported, and therefore if you take the same evidence presented for my God and you make one and you add one thing to that God, then he is stronger than mine, then you win. But when you claim that you could present more evidence, I doubt that.
Well, that's not part of the argument.
Evidence.
That's not a part of the argument. So I win just by using your own evidence. So if I can come up with an alternative that's...
For your game, with your rules, T-Jumps, you win.
What?
In an argumentation, when you argue on a subject and you have an unsupported claim, and when asked for evidence, you answer, I don't need to bring you evidence because I want to play a game. You win. You win the game.
Luke, I don't think you're understanding.
I want to create a new game when you claim I could present more evidence, you do present the evidence that you could present.
I would love if you did
your game.
Could I have a word? Could I have a word, please? Could you just have a recording of what you just said and listen to it again? Because you don't see the fault you are trying to accuse T-Jump with. Because you are doing the exact same thing, because what T-Jump doing is just mirror your argument. What he's doing, he's reciting your argument back to you. Is that clear?
Is there something that yes? The answer to your question is there. Yes. Is there something in what I said that made you think that it wasn't clear?
Yes, I because you keep repeating the same response to T-Jump. Like, are you just playing? Are you actually a Christian Catholic? Because where you just told T-Jump that in his argument he wins because he have no supported evidence, which he just repeated your own argument to you.
Sorry, what did I say that made you think that I didn't understand T-Jump position? I'm sorry, I didn't
the repetition of the same point.
You not being an atheist right now.
Yeah, the repetition of the same point.
Because I repeated the same point that T-Jump made, I didn't understand the point of T-Jump.
No. You repeated the same argument that T-Jump responded to. He mirrored the argument and you keep repeating it. If I tell you go up and you say up, I say yes, go up, and you go up, that doesn't make sense if you just repeat the same thing. There is a command, there's a way this conversation is going. You interrupt it by going back a step.
D'accord. In this conversation, to your understanding, what is the equivalent of going up? So actually doing something. What is the equivalent?
So you presented an argument. You're saying that by revelation is you know your God by revelation, correct?
I was talking about the prime mover argument and how my God is not less stronger than T-Jump's God. That was the conversation we were having. That you pointed out I didn't understand, and then you go to Revelation. I don't understand where you're going here. Revelation is not related to the part I didn't understand. You're moving the conversation
you don't
to somewhere
understand.
else. So please,
don't ask
me something that is unrelated to what
I'm not moving it. I'm going back.
Of going up.
Luke,
Don't go back. Please give me the
listen. No. Listen. here's what I'm gonna say. You claim that your God is the prime mover. And then they asked you, how do you know your God is the prime mover? You said definition and revelation. T-Jump answered on the definition. Said definition is you define whatever you want. Again, revelation. You said revelation. And then you said there is part of the revelation is false, just like how like fiction, just like the Grimm brothers. Okay? And then you said, again, you repeated the same thing, saying that they are as false or as true as the Grimm brothers. So, basically, they are fiction. T-Jump jumps in and says, well, I could present a god that could move your god. A prime mover to your prime mover. I don't know.
That's close. Let me clarify just a bit. So
yeah. Okay.
The up in this case is sufficient evidence. So Luke, when you said you believe in your prime mover God because of revelation and definition, you have presented that's your up. You have revelation, definition. This is good enough to believe in God as the prime mover. And so I said, here is an alternative, a prime mover who moved your God. And all I have is a definition and revelation. That's it. So I have the same thing you have, the same evidence as you do, and they're mutually exclusive. These are mutually exclusive hypotheses. They can't both be true. And so if the only evidence you need to be justified is definition and revelation, and both of these hypotheses have definition and revelation, then that proves those are not evidence because they can't differentiate between the hypothesis and the anti-hypothesis. So definition and revelation are not enough because they don't differentiate imagination from reality. Now, whether or not I can provide other evidence is irrelevant here because I don't care about that. The only point I'm making is that the things you provided, revelation and definition, don't work because they can't differentiate between your hypothesis and mine.
Hey, also, Luke, it's another point.
Are you there?
Oh, no.
I'm here, but Amy's talking.
Yeah.
Can I just point out? Oh, go, Luke, if you have something important.
I'm sorry. Randall is giving you the.
Well, I just want to point out that I actually have a book, and it does say that T-Jumps is strong. God is stronger than your God. I will say, I don't know if you have a book that says one different, but
I like Amy's book. Amy's book says T-Jump is stronger than Luke's God. That is correct.
Cool. I like your example, even if it's a lie, I guess, or unless you have a.
Well, I'm just saying it's revelation.
God.
She has definition and revelation. She has definition and revelation, which is the same thing you have. So you can't call hers a lie unless you call yours a lie.
Actually, I do think T-Jump is stronger than a god because God can't strike me with lightning as far as I know, but T-Jump, all he has to do is run his feet across the carpet and touch me. Zap! I got hit by a little bit of lightning.
I agree.
All right.
Now I'm just mocking. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you, because I was wondering what was going on here. Okay. To this intervention from Amy, I don't think there is a question in what you said, but you claim that you have a book in front of you, and I am questioning this claim. Is it true, or is it just a lie or an hypothetical that you created?
Oh my gosh.
Is it hypothetical that you created?
Give me 30 seconds and it'll be true.
I imagine she is currently writing it down on a sheet of paper and then putting it in a cover, and then she has a book that literally says these things. And so, yes, she has equally as much revelation and definition as you do.
There we go. Yes, it is, I would say, just as accurate as the Bible, Quran, or the Torah.
There we go. So we got the definition, we got the revelation.
All right. Thank you very much, Amy, for this answer. Now you claim it is just as accurate as the Bible. It's another claim that you have right now. I wonder if it's true. Now that you have this book in front of you claiming that T-Jump is stronger than God, I wonder where this book comes from. Could you tell me where it comes from? Who's the writer of the book? Who's the author?
From, it says it's a composition book made in New York.
So she actually took an actual book and wrote it into the actual book. I like it. So
yeah, like she desecrated the book from some author.
Oh no, I think she took an existing book and just wrote the sentence in an existing book. So it is actually literally in an existing book. So this book seems more legitimate than your book. Where did your book come from?
So the question to Amy: who is the author of this book, or the phrase that you?
So it's an anonymous author, but I'm glad you asked that question.
Okay, so why do you trust this anonymous author?
She or he seems to know what they're talking about.
So Luke, why do you trust? Who's the author of your book? Luke.
That's another question, teacher.
Yes. This is a mirror. Remember, these arguments are mirroring arguments.
I understand. Let me go down the road with
you have
Amy.
to answer the question.
No, you don't want to let me. Okay.
Luke, it's how a mirroring arguments work. Is we have to ask you the question first, then you give an answer. Then we copy the answer and see if we can make it work for our hypothesis. That's what proves you wrong. If we can copy your answer and make it work for us, that's what proves your argument wrong. So making Amy come up with her own answers doesn't make a difference. What we need to know is we need to hear your answers first. So who wrote your book, Luke?
I want to hear the arguments for Amy to support the claim that T-Jump is stronger than I.
I just explained this. This, Luke.
To be able to hear those, I need to be able to ask Amy questions.
Luke.
If you don't want me to ask Amy questions, I don't think that her claim,
Luke,
T-Jump is stronger than my God.
Wait, can I ask you just one more question? Do you feel like just having a claim in a book from anonymous authors that we can't verify is not a good way to believe?
And there's one question from our audience on YouTube, our YouTube audience. Jay Pasek is asking, do you believe the Bible was written by one person?
Spirit.
The answer is no.
Okay. No is the answer. Okay, thank you.
So who wrote your book, Luke, and why do you trust it?
I don't know. There is not one author, T-Jump, and we don't know who wrote them.
Right, so it's anonymous. Why do you trust it?
It says the truth about morality.
All right. So now you ask Amy. Amy, why do you trust your book? And Amy would reply,
no. Why do you trust the author?
I would say it's because of the moral claims that it makes.
The beautiful moral claims. That's why Amy trusts her book, because it has the moral truth in it.
What is the moral truth that it makes?
Well, so now again, how mirroring argument works, we ask you, Luke, what is the moral truth in your book that reason that you believe it? Why? What is the moral truth that your book claims that is why you believe it?
Let's pick one. Abortion is murder.
Abortion is that's why you believe your book says abortion. All right, Amy, why do you believe your book is the moral truth? What does your book say that makes it the moral truth?
Murder, by the way.
Even though this is not my own beliefs, it's crazy. The book here says abortion is murder.
Oh my God, the books are both true. Amazing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Amy. Prove that.
I just want to know, do you now believe that T-Jump is stronger than God?
Amy, you understand what I asked you, right?
She answered. She said in her book, her book says abortion is murder also. So her book has all of the same evidence as your book. It's a revelation. It has a definition. It's written in a book, written by an anonymous author, and they both have moral truths, and they both say abortion is murder. Her book has equally as much evidence as your book.
Did you understand what I asked you?
Amy, I think we need to get you a better book.
I assume because he thinks it's a gotcha, but I don't think that he understands how this random theological book that just fell onto my desk within the past 30 minutes works.
Maybe I should back up a bit. Which book is it, Amy, that you have there?
Harry Potter. We do have another person.
It probably would be a book by Harry Potter.
We do have another person with their hand up. Fipto.
Well, Luke, I don't know where this conversation's going.
Yeah, it's that's what I mean when people lie. It's when you make a joke, it's funny at first, but when you keep going into the joke and it is not a joke anymore because I want to have a real conversation and you want to just make jokes and mock the idea of God instead of having a real conversation. You want to make a mockery of the conversation we're having right now. What we are doing is just
Luke, there is no reason. Luke, there is no reason to be offended. Nobody's making a mockery of you. They're doing a mirror of you. It's not a parody. They're not making fun of you. They're not. It's a mirror. They're copying your argument. It's not making fun of you.
We're interacting with you, Luke, and there was a part where I did mock, and I identified that right away. But most of this conversation, people are trying to take your idea and apply it to other things, and the intention is not to come across as mockery.
Well,
it's just that sometimes things are funny, so we laugh. It's good conversation.
When I ask Amy what's the difference, and the person says answer instead of her. The question I asked Amy, it's like, okay, why are you doing that? Why don't you let the liar be revealed to others?
Do you not understand what a mirror is? What is a mirror, Luke? What is a mirror?
And when ask a question, do you lie? And the person says, no, I'm not lying. And then she keeps adding lies to the claim that she has. This is where I say, okay, what are you doing if it's not mockery? You taking me for a fool when you claim that you are not lying.
Luke, what is a mirror?
Okay,
what is a mirror? What does a mirror do? Luke, what is a mirror?
Is that clear, Randolph? And I will answer your question after T-Jump.
Well, actually, T-Jump is interjecting with an important question.
Yes.
You understand about the mirror. Because to mirror means like to kind of look at what you're doing and taking it in an opposite direction and see how it works. It's kind of a way of testing an argument, you know?
Yes, I know what a mirror is in a conversation, but right now what we are doing is making sure that Amy agrees that she is lying when she says,
no, it's not a lie. Luke, it's a mirror. No, Luke, it is not a lie.
God.
No, Luke, it is not a lie. It's a mirror. You take any claim.
The moderator, I can tell you this is extreme philosophical rigor. This is not them mocking you.
Or lying. There's no locking. There's no lying. There's no mocking. This is just a philosophical argument. There's a name for it. It's called a stalking horse. So you have a claim, God exists. We have a claim, T-Jump is stronger than your God. It is a ridiculous claim, and it is meant to be a ridiculous claim to show how stupid your argument is. Then what we do is we take every single piece of evidence you use and we copy it, one for one, exact copy, over to the ridiculous claim to show that all of the evidence you use is so bad, it could be used to justify any stupid claim we make up. Therefore, the evidence you use does not support that your God exists any more than it supports the dumbest, most stupid claim we can make up, because all of the evidence you use works for both.
What is the difference between T-Jump and my God?
So far, based off of the evidence you provided, there isn't any, because all of the evidence you provided is trash.
In fact, I would even say T-Jump exists. And I feel bad because, Luke, I get it that we eventually get to giggling and stuff because of how, I would say, to us, the absurdity of the arguments. But it's not about trying to mock or tease or make fun of you. It's that this is what we sometimes get. We get, isn't revelation good enough? Isn't the fact that it said so in this one book that I have? That does seem to be oftentimes the best evidence that is put in front of us.
Demonstrate that the difference between my God and T-Jump is that he exists. I will leave the room for the next time and leave my place to Fitbo, who just raised his hand.
Yeah, we can interact with T-Jump, but how do we interact with your God?
I don't want to take Fitbo place. I'm sorry. Fitbo is the one who just raised his hand. I said I will leave the room as soon as someone else raises their hand. I don't want to take someone else's place.
Okay, if you want to continue this another time.
Yeah, we will continue next if there is no one who wants to talk here. Okay? I will keep you in the background. Okay. Talk to you later. Bye.
Okay, thanks, Luke.
Okay, I have family obligations, so I'll have to leave. Thank you all for hosting, and I love the conversation we have. It's always entertaining to listen to. And
thanks, Mubarak.
And to my knowledge and to my own belief, T-Jump exists, as if what Amy's book said, and he is stronger than Luke's God. And he can
zap me with lightning.
He could buy a taser and he will shock me to the ground. I believe in that.
He only needs to run his feet on carpet. He doesn't even need to use a taser.
I appreciate you all and thank you for the good conversation. Have fun.
Thank you for joining us, Mubarak. Have a good one.
Thanks, Mubarak.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Fipto. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hello?
Hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
Hey, man. Hey, I'm doing well. How about you?
Doing pretty good. Enjoying pictures of mirrors in the chat right now. What's on your mind?
Pictures of who? You said pictures of Mary?
Pictures of mirrors in the chat.
Mirrors. Yeah, and I don't think the other guy got what you were saying. Is you're essentially characterizing his worldview and just reflecting it back onto him. I think he missed that part.
Yes. Okay. What's on your mind? What would you like to raise today?
Well, I would like to carry on where he was going with that, or at least where you guys left off with him.
I feel like this is going towards abortion, but yes. Okay. What would you talk about?
I can't help but notice destroying baby slayers in the name.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't
against but I'm on side with you on that because I'm opposed to infanticide. So obviously that has nothing to do with abortion. But what's on your mind? Go ahead and put forward an argument then.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that you're characterizing it, to an extent, is correct. I mean, yeah, what you're saying is if you provide a book with an equivalent or greater amount of evidence, that it's somehow correct or more correct. But I think that's logically fallacious, right? Like, it doesn't matter the amount of evidence that you have ontologically. It doesn't make it correct or less correct. It's about whether or not it's true or not. And the claim of Christians who follow the biblical God is, in fact, that we're following something that is inherently true. And it doesn't matter how much or not how much evidence there is. It's about a claim of ontology, the state of things.
Sure, I would just push back because I just think the majority of Christianity is just not true. But I'd be open to thinking why you do think it is.
Well, I think it's true for multiple factors. I mean, we can talk about messianic prophecies. We can talk about like the transformation of the world. I mean, you live in a country probably that is massively blessed by the foundation of the Christian worldview.
I would just say that's just a religion spreading. And if Islam decides in 100, 200, 300 years that it becomes the number one religion, it will not mean that Islam is more true than Christianity.
True. I'm not talking about the predominancy. I'm talking about the truth of the claims that are found in the Bible, because this is actually the promise of the coming Messiah, is that he in fact transforms the world. It's not just I come, I die, I leave you here. You're gonna basically just get punched in the face and suffer, and then you're invited to my kingdom in your afterlife. No, he talks about a real transformation of the nations. So, I mean, like I said, I would be pointing to messianic prophecies. I'd be looking at the original life of Jesus. I would be looking at the symbolism that's found in Jesus, because, I mean, at the end of the day, Jesus really, his claims to fame aren't really true if the Old Testament scriptures aren't true. And we find them to be true. Historically, we can look into the geology of things. We can look at, and I brought this up, the transformation of the world. That's the number one thing the Messiah is supposed to bring, is actually transform things. And what do we see? We see, well, this would be something different that you'd find from Islam. You don't find that women have an equal voice in a court of law in Islam as you would in a Christian state.
They don't.
That's not true.
They don't
No,
actually
that's
have
not true.
an equal voice. There's actually been studies on this. Women don't have an equal voice in the legal systems in America.
Church.
But so what exactly would you expect if, let's say, Christianity was false, and there was a better?
I'd like to know what
it sounds like. It sounds like
can I investigate that claim?
It sounds like your God's coming back and he's going to transition the world. So your God is pro-trans. Is that right?
Well, it's not trans as in changing genders of people. No, it's. I'm talking about a transformation of the world, where it's a restoration of things. So he brings his law. He conforms people in their hearts, and essentially, I mean, whether you like it or not, you're going
to snap everything back to medieval times. Is that what it is?
Really quick. First off, what's wrong with medieval times? Second off,
what?
No, I'm not claiming medieval times.
What's wrong with medieval times? Well, let's see.
But I would say,
no
if something existed, such as, well, if something existed in medieval times, it doesn't make it inherently wrong.
Right. All the horrible things they did is what's wrong, like the burning of witches, torture of people, slavery.
No human rights, no vaccines,
there's
a whole bunch of stuff missing.
Medieval times.
There's
things right.
like we have today.
But I'm not talking about an instant transformation. I'm talking about an actual progression. Is that Jesus doesn't come here and then all of a sudden slap the kingdom on here. No, it's a growing kingdom that he establishes. But as far as I don't think it logically follows, if something existed in the medieval times, that it's inherently evil.
That wasn't the argument. That's literally irrelevant.
Because humans existed in the medieval times. I mean, I don't know if you know this.
No one cares. That's not the argument.
Oh, I mean,
not the argument. No one cares about that.
Okay.
So, Fipto, what would
somebody said the medieval times.
Yes, that was not the argument. You just misunderstood. You don't understand the principle of charity. So, what would
you're thinking 1-to-1?
No, that was not the argument, Fipto. Use the principle of charity. So, here's the argument. What would falsify your hypothesis? What kind of transformations, let's say, would we expect if there was a better moral system than Christianity that was influencing the world? Let's say, secular humanism, and giving people better rights. That would also be transforming the world in a morally good way. And so there could be a moral system that's superior to Christianity, that's transforming the world in an even better way. How would you falsify that? Being the true case and not being the
I would say recognition of equal value of human beings. You traditionally see this in Christians. I mean, this is a Christian philosophy that all men are made equal.
No, that originates from Hinduism. That predates Christianity.
Really?
Yes, it
Hinduism.
Does. Yes.
Yeah, but Hinduism has a plethora of other problems if you really want to get down to
Hinduism is a
which religion
group of many different
like if you want to waste time in Hinduism, you will as a Hindu have to deny logic itself. We can waste our time in talking about Hinduism.
I don't care, but that's not relevant to the argument, Fipto. The argument was
it is relevant because you would have to deny logic.
That's not relevant to the argument. You made a claim that
you can't logically have Hinduism because logic doesn't even exist under Hinduism.
You made a claim that morality came from Christianity. I proved that wrong. No, it doesn't. It comes from Hinduism, or that.
And you threw spaghetti at the wall and you said Hinduism. That doesn't make you right.
You are muted, Fipto. So you made a claim that morality is the evidence, that moral transformation, the moral transformation that humans are equal comes from Hinduism. Christianity stole it from Hinduism. It did not originate with Christianity. Other problems with Hinduism do not matter to the argument, Fipto. Those are red herrings. They're irrelevant. I proved your argument wrong that moral transformation of humans being treated equally came from Christianity. It did not. It originated in many different religions and is still not true in Christianity, and is more true in secular humanism. So your argument that one feature comes from or is a result of Christianity is simply false. Do you have any other evidence?
Well, you're saying we stole from Hinduism. Do you have any evidence for that?
Yes.
Exactly, you don't. It's an assertion.
No,
blind
there's actually
assertion.
a ton of evidence for
what
that.
you're doing is throwing spaghetti at the wall, and you'll say whatever you can in order to divert the conversation. Like you'll bring up Hinduism. You can't even provide it.
Yes, the Golden Rule originates in Hinduism. The Golden Rule was stolen from Hinduism by Christianity. There you go.
But Christianity is also
like a Hindu.
Not newer within our terms, but only 2,000 years. Like the Jews have been doing this for thousands of years. Hindus have been doing it longer. There's a reason why also the pagans had the filibuster, and a lot of our political system doesn't come from Christianity, but comes from others.
What T-Jump mentioned about
you
the
brought up
Golden
Jews,
Rule,
but Christianity is a Jewish religion.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's a mix of them and Zoroastrianism.
The authors of the New Testament said, well, you're not really Jewish unless you're Christian.
So, Fipto, the T-Jump brought up a very important point about the Golden Rule. Yes, it was in
the Golden Rule,
and it hasn't changed.
You bring up the Golden Rule. I didn't mention the Golden Rule.
It's just as
like I said, red herring. Not even my argument.
Fipto, shut up.
Here. Hang on. So it's just as problematic in the Holy Bible. It has some issues. One of the biggest problems I see with it is if you try to practice the Golden Rule when you're involved in heterosexual intimacy, it's going to be a problem. So it doesn't work. And this is a chance for me to mention the Golden Preference at goldenpreference.com. So it's the new modern replacement for it that fixes those problems. But anyway. Well, it's just one example. There's all kinds of examples of plagiarism. There's different things that plagiarized, I believe, from the pharaohs and whatnot that's talked about from time to time as well. Thanks for listening.
Well,
and also
just to clarify 1 second, the Golden Rule was brought up as an example of Christianity stealing from Hinduism. Fipto said he didn't bring it up, which no one claimed he did. It was irrelevant. Go ahead, Amy.
Right.
Yeah, and exactly. And we also have Judaism mixing with Zoroastrianism, also an older religion than Christianity.
Zoroastrianism?
To help give birth to.
You mean Zoroastrianism?
Yes, I am terrible at pronunciation.
Zoroastrianism. Okay,
Thank you so much.
That was mostly
and
Persian.
so it is a mix of these religions that eventually gave rise to Christianity. And so Christians making the claim that it comes from them is just, silly.
Yeah, there's also the Noah's Ark was stolen from, I forget what it's called. There's the Mesopotamian version with the big ball ark. Yeah, so Christianity is stolen a lot from other religions.
Well, plagiarized. I don't know if it was illegal to they didn't have copyright laws back then, but it would be plagiarism for sure.
Yeah. So am I finally unmuted? I'm.
We can hear you.
Am I going to be overtalked? Am I going to be overtalked and muted?
Yes.
If you decide to overtalk me, like is that how this works in here?
Yes.
You're preambling. Why not just respond to the question?
What one point do you guys actually want to defend? Because what you guys are doing is you're just gish galloping. You're not actually willing to defend any one of these points.
Point and respond
you wish to throw spaghetti at the wall.
No, we
and
did. We focused on one point. Fipto. We've hit. There was one point.
Okay.
Fipto. There was only one point.
Hinduism.
No. Hinduism isn't the point. The point was you claimed that.
Hinduism was one of the points. That was the first point you brought up.
Shush.
It was the first.
Stop,
we talked about women's rights.
Your argument. We want to have conversations. Conversations requires people taking turns talking.
Fipto, you brought up one argument at the beginning. You said that moral transformation of the world was the evidence of Christianity. That's what we were addressing. Oh, we left. Okay, so we brought it. There was one point there. Moral transformation of the world said it came from Christianity, was the equal rights of all humans, which doesn't come from Christianity. That does not originate with Christianity, and it's not even in Christianity. It's literally men and women and slaves are all treated differently in Christianity. So that factually does not come from Christianity. That was the one point.
In fact, I recall a part of the Bible talking about how a woman cannot speak until a man speaks to her first. It might be just in the church, I'm not sure, but even if it's anywhere, that's an example of the inequality right there. But there's other examples, I'm sure.
Yeah, we were trying to go over the same point, just with different aspects. So he could have responded to any of them, all of them. But yeah.
So, you know, to be fair, one could say that it was Satan who was the original advocate for equal rights.
Dun dun dun. Yes.
We've got Meryl, it looks like.
Meryl, thank
Hey,
you for
Meryl.
joining us. How are you? Hope we're pronouncing your name properly.
Yeah, thanks for bringing me up. Well, no, I just want to say about the equality thing. Like, if Christianity espoused equality, like Fipto did, then why was slavery even a thing, right? Like, how did like white Christians, the Puritans, treated blacks like slaves, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're apologetic. No, go Randolph. I'm sorry.
I
Like
take
slavery was a.
I take it you're an
Yeah, I'm
atheist.
yeah.
I take it you're an
Like
atheist.
No, yeah, and I know I asked Fipto a lot of times, and I had the same argument with Fipto a lot of times, but he doesn't like. He just gish gallops and he doesn't answer that question. Like,
So, do you think that slavery is probably the worst example of inequality in the Bible? Because I think what Fipto was going after, was trying to focus on was equality for women.
no, like this was the cherry pick, like the cherry pick something, and they make it seem it's like really great, but when you bring out as a notice that like actuality and how Christians perceived their religion, like they're just what is it called, cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
They tell us it's the good slavery. It's a works program.
Oh yeah. Like he didn't try to justify slavery like that. Yeah, like
one of the arguments that I've heard come back on defending it is that they'll take basketball players and they'll say, well, they get this contract, so they become slave for a year or however long the contract is. But that's wrong, because it's possible to break that contract. You don't get paid. Maybe there's a penalty in there, but you can leave anytime. There's nothing that they can do to force you to play basketball if you choose to leave. But when you're a slave, you're literally chained up or something along those lines, and if you don't work, you're going to get seriously abused and possibly die for it. So you are very strongly coerced into it with threat of physical violence, or just you're unable to because of the chains that are put on you. So it is a very different thing. But like you say with the cherry picking, I guess this would be an example of that.
Also, comparatively to what people generally work in the 9 to 5, oh no, they're getting paid millions of dollars. If only they weren't slaves.
Yeah. Now the other thing I've heard is that they try to change Christian slavery to a form of employment, and say if it wasn't for those wonderful slave masters, they try to depict them as very nice people somehow for some reason, that those people wouldn't have jobs. So they created jobs for people. No, those aren't jobs. Are they getting paid? Probably not. Come on. Oh, but they're getting free housing and all this stuff. Yeah, they get to sleep in a barn if they're lucky. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like one more thing I want to ask you, like you told me you were talking about like how Islam is like growing, and like is becoming the biggest religion. Isn't that to be concerned? Like, with the current access to technology, people having different, access to information, ideas, and discussions like that we were having. How is Islam growing? I don't get it. Like, why aren't these people able to talk to people outside of their religion? Like,
I think what's happening is that more and more people are identifying now as parts of these kinds of religions as in the past, and so it's making it look like it's growing. I'm not convinced that it's actually growing all that much. At least here in Canada, it doesn't look like that's the case to me. I actually see that people are gradually moving away from religion as education gets better. That's the trend that I see. So, these religious institutions do run schools, so they get people in when they're very young, because they can put brainwashing in part of the education. I'm actually against religious schools. I think that religion should not be running schools. I have no problem with private schools, but I want religion out of it. It needs to be secular. And if we're going to be saving the planet and saving humanity, this is what we need to do.
And I agree with Randolph. I'll also give you a few reasons why over the seas sometimes that it's growing. First, that they oftentimes will have programs, specifically things like Dawa, which targets skeptics. The entire point of Dawa is to get people who are non-believers, but they're often dealing with who they view are the intellectual experts. That's almost a compliment, but that means that we get kalam. That means that we get contingency arguments and the necessary being and stuff like this. And they don't have to defend the crazy claims, almost like a Scientology type of split. You don't have to sit there and defend the moon being split on day one. No, no, no. Come on. Everything that begins as this has a cause, doesn't it? And so this type of methodology to help get non-believers into their flock, I would say, is one reason among other reasons, like community. Sometimes it's secret, not secret, but it has a more conservative bent that could be more attractive to people who are conservative. But all of these things spewing with the regular why religion spreads to begin with, like if we don't have good educational scientific programs or access to why we should be skeptics, then yeah, this creates a storm and it will grow a little bit.
And the first premise of that kalam that you mentioned sounds sophistic to me. There's
I
sophistry
know.
there because it says all things that exist. It's not saying all things. It's just saying all things that began to exist. So it's a limited scope. It's not.
I
It's not
know,
all
indeed.
things.
Special pleading, right?
Well, no. It's just they're just a limited scope is different than special pleading.
Okay. One more thing is like I think the reason for like Islam, and like again Christianity growing is because I see people telling there's an identity crisis among Gen Z because they have no identity to associate to, like, and especially you look at a lot of these Muslims on Discord, like we even like I talk to a lot of these people, it's as if they have no other identity than like identifying it as their religion. Like,
Can I
do you
tell
think
you
that's
why? I'll tell you why, because Islam asserts and tries very hard to mix politics and religion. Once again, sending love to anyone who loves talking about both those things, but they view them, not all of them, I'm talking about the fundamentalists, but the fundamentalists view it as inherently tied. And so it becomes very passionate. You see these radical transformations where they will dress differently. Once again, the same is true both within Judaism, Christianity. They all have these stupid cult-like mentalities, but it does manifest that way in Islam.
And one more thing, like when Tejam was talking about how like the equality, it came from Hinduism, like that's not true at all because Hindu system like has strict caste system where some people were always born like lower classes.
Okay, all right. So I don't think he was saying that equality came from Hinduism. He was talking about the golden rule coming from Hinduism and being plagiarized. So Christianity plagiarized it from Hinduism. Now the caste system. The caste system comes from Vedism, which is the base that Hinduism emerged from. Buddhism also has Vedism as its base, but they didn't include the caste system in it.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I see a true hero down below.
Okay, I'll leave. That was nice talking to you guys. I'll just
Thank you,
move back to
Meryl.
the
That
crowd.
was a pleasure. I like your cat picture, by the way. Very, very nice.
Yeah.
It was
Thank you,
lovely
Meryl.
talking with you, Meryl.
Otangelo, welcome. How are you doing, sir? It's been a long time since we've talked.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. And you?
Doing pretty good. I'm just getting over not feeling well, as you might hear my voice from time to time.
Okay. Well, I hope it gets better soon.
Oh yeah, it's much better today. Yesterday I couldn't stop coughing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you live in a place where usually it's not so warm, right?
Yeah, it is getting colder right now. We're approaching Halloween soon. So, and yesterday was Atheist Appreciation Day. So, anyway, what's on your mind, Otangelo? What have you got for us today?
Nothing special, whatever you guys want to talk about. I mean,
I guess, what are your thoughts, I'm curious, on the Kalam cosmological argument?
I think it's a pretty good argument. It's quite solid because there is good evidence that the universe must have started somewhere in the past. It cannot be eternal without a beginning, and I think it's pretty obvious to anyone that something cannot come from nothing, right? So if you exclude a cause beyond the physical universe, the only alternative that you have left is basically making the claim that the universe must have always existed. And I think this is untenable based on philosophical and scientific evidence.
Do you find it curious that the Kalam cosmological argument doesn't mention any gods or goddesses?
No, I think it's not necessary. Once you acknowledge that a cause must be involved in creating the physical universe, then you can make a philosophical and theological investigation about the cause, what it would be like.
So I just pointed out to Amy, maybe it was just before you logged in, because I think you just joined us before coming up on stage here. I was mentioning to her that I find it that the Kalam cosmological argument starts with a limited scope. So it's not saying all things had a cause. It's specifically saying that all things that began to exist have a cause.
Right.
What are your it's not including things that didn't begin to exist.
I think that it is important to restrict the argument to things that start to exist.
Sure. Okay, but I mean, like wouldn't it be better if an argument like that, that's proving God, would also be able to take into consideration things that didn't begin to exist? Like the God itself, basically, as I understand from many Christians, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but many Christians tell me that God has always existed, God is eternal.
Right, as soon as he is always existing without a beginning, he doesn't need a cause.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is, if the Kalam cosmological argument, wouldn't it be better if it also took into consideration things that didn't begin to exist, like God himself?
No, because then it loses its scope.
Okay, so this limited scope is pretty important part. Okay.
Yeah.
So how can we know for certain that this God is eternal and actually it wasn't created by anything, is basically is like the number 42, life, the universe, and everything?
Well, that's easy because something cannot come from nothing. So if there ever would have been in the past a state of affairs of absolute nothingness, and with this I mean the philosophical understanding of nothingness, then there still would be an absolute state of nothingness. We wouldn't be here having this discussion because nothing has no causal power. Nothing cannot change its state of affairs and suddenly become something.
I think when you say that nothing can't change its state of affairs, that means it can't change. That now you've actually defined nothing into something, though.
No, I'm just trying to describe what is meant by it. It is the absence of anything.
Yeah, and that means like the absence of all the logical laws of reality, scientific laws, and whatnot, right?
Well, I am just describing what the word nothing means. It means the absence of anything.
Okay, and I'm just trying to clarify. So that means like absolutely nothing, ex nihilo. There's absolutely nothing.
Right. So I think it should be obvious to anyone that something cannot come from absolutely nothing.
Well, the thing is, if there's no laws of physics or laws of math or laws of logical reality, and there's absolutely nothing there, we don't know then if there could be, may or may not be, a limiting factor that would prevent that from something emerging from absolutely nothing then, right?
No, I disagree because by definition, nothing is the absence of anything.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be, that would be the absence of stability too then.
Yes, absolutely anything wouldn't be there.
So if it's not stable, then why couldn't something emerge from absolutely nothing?
Well, there is no quality of stableness when you have a state of absolutely nothing because there is nothing there.
Well, then, if you're saying it's not unstable, then there is a quality implied of stability.
I am saying there is no quality. It's the absence of anything that includes stability or non-stability, whatever you want to posit.
I think you and I have different views on absolutely nothing. You put some
Well,
limits on it. I don't.
There is just one nothing, which is the state of affairs where there is non-existence.
Okay, anybody have anything they want to interject on this?
I think that his God, if it has no limits, based on the definition of nothing that you guys, at least Randolph seems to be that he would be saying that he worships nothing, which is super funny to me.
And I have questions about this because I don't believe that nothing can exist. I could be wrong, but why I agree with you that something can't come from nothing, but there was never a nothing.
Well, I saw no reason why there shouldn't or couldn't be an ontological state of affairs of absolute nothingness. There is nothing illogical that makes it impossible for such a state of affairs ontologically to have occurred or to be.
And there's no evidence that a nothing has ever existed.
Well, obviously, since we are here, we can logically infer that this state of affairs has never been, because otherwise there would still be an absolute state of nothingness.
That it could be. But that's what I mean when I say there's no evidence for a nothing. We're only dealing with some things. And so my question to you would still be, why do you believe a God exists?
Well, there are many reasons. There are many reasons. And I mean, I can give it right back to you. Why do you think that we need no creator, and how can the no God hypothesis be a superior explanation for our existence rather than an eternal, powerful, conscious, intelligent creator?
That's a good question. From my point of view, creators come from an artificial means, or at least we as creators create artificial things. And so, us, beavers, birds, we make things like houses or homes that we can then live in from materials around us. But a god seems to be a creator that is just out there, either in the universe or even outside the universe. It would just be drastically different from any creator that we know about right now. Does that mean it's not true? No, but it does mean that you need to have sufficient evidence to convince us of it.
Well, you being convinced or not, that is not of my concern. All I can say is why I believe that a creator is a superior explanation for our existence, and then you can make of it whatever you like. I have no problem with your ontological position.
There is a question from our audience. Oh, sorry, Amy, do you have more questions?
Oh, no, I mean, we can keep on going back and forth, but by all means, let's actually ask the question before that.
Right. Yeah, so Canadian Ollerman, a friend of mine on the very east end of Canada, I'm on the west end. He's asking about, wondering if Otangelo, if you're continuing to use the Shroud of Turin as evidence, even though you've been shown multiple times how it's false. Those are his words, not mine. I changed the phrasing a little bit, but I know that's what he meant.
It's also my words, so it's okay.
Well, the challenge is still out there, given by David Rolfe. You can look it up, Google for it. And he challenges anyone that thinks that the image on the Shroud of Turin is a forgery to replicate it. and then he will win $1 million, the prize which he has given out there. And it's not a joke. You will find the website where he makes the offer, and I think nobody will be able to meet the challenge and demonstrate how an artist in the Middle Ages would have been able to create this image, which is not a painting. It's not made by stains, by chemicals, by body fluids, anything like that. It is a very faint, superficial image which lays on 0.2 microns on the very highest superficiality of the linen cloth. And there is no technique known, even with laser technique or whatever, with even with the most advanced scientifically advanced mechanisms to replicate the very detailed photonegative with 3D information. So if someone claims that it's a forgery, the challenge is out there and you can win $1 million.
Why isn't it the shape of a face when you take a cloth and like put it on your face? Like if I like literally painted my face black and then I took a piece of cloth and I put it over my face and I lifted it up, it would be a big circle. It wouldn't look like a face, but the Shroud of Turin looks very strange, like someone painted a face on there. It looks nothing like what a face would look like if you put a piece of cloth over a face. Why is that?
Well, there have been all kinds of attempts to replicate the shroud, and no exemption. All these attempts.
Please answer his question, Otangelo.
Well, I'm answering his question, and I am saying that, including his hypothesis, there are many others which have been tested and tried.
This
and
wasn't a hypothesis. It was literally a
has been
question.
able-
It's a question. Why does the Shroud of Turin look nothing like what a piece of cloth over a face looks like? Why does it look like someone painted it on? Because literally the physics of a face do not work like that.
Yeah, we know it is not a painting. There are not enough.
I don't care about the painting part.
figurines
I don't care about the painting part. I care about the shape of the face part. Why is the shape of the face so wrong?
Well, I don't think that it is anatomically wrong. Actually, it has been. There are two books. One is by Zugibe, which was testing and checking the anatomy of the man on the shroud, and they have come to the conclusion that it is anatomically perfect. So.
It's physically impossible. Like to have an actual face that you could put the shroud on and it would conform to the shape of the nose. Like it's physically impossible. The nose would have to be directly flat on the face because it takes up so little space on the shroud. The surface area of your nose, because it's a triangle, is actually 3 times larger if you put a piece of cloth over it than what it appears when you're looking at someone in the face. Now, when you look at the shroud, the nose looks like a nose. The problem is that if that was laying over the face and you remove the cloth, the nose would be 3 times bigger than what it appears on the shroud, which means the shroud is anatomically impossible unless somebody cut Jesus's nose off for fun.
No, what I think is that probably at the moment of the resurrection, the position of the cloth itself was in a plane state, very close to the body, and then some kind of high energy VUV radiation, and this radiation was perpendicular to the cloth, imprinted on the very superficie of the linen this image, which has 3D information and is a photonegative. So it is a miraculous event that created the image on the shroud. That's what I believe.
God used the X-rays to impart his image onto the cloth. It wasn't just like skin oil or any normal way. It was a magic way that has never been seen before, a spiritual way that he imparted the image onto the cloth with X-rays.
Well, we have some examples, like for example, when the atomic bomb in Hiroshima was giving out radiation, there are bodies which simply dematerialized, but the imprint of the shadow of the body was printed on close by walls. So we know that radiation is a mechanism which can imprint similar imprints as we have on the shroud. And Paolo Di Lazzaro, he is an Italian physicist. He has investigated to attempt to find out how the image on the shroud was made during 5 years. And he has published a paper in 2011. And he says that what comes closest to explain the image is a VOV radiation of 34,000 billion watts, which is about 20 times the consumption of the United States in a year, and this in a fraction of a second.
And do we see any, like, I don't know, residual radiation anywhere in that location from any kind of radioactive event that occurred?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
X-rays are radioactive. If you do something that radioactive, it will irradiate the land for miles, for millions of years.
Well, I think that it was an extremely short flash of light or VUV radiation, whatever you want to call it.
20,000 times more powerful than the electricity that America used for an instant would irradiate a landmass equivalent to the size of Iraq.
Well, obviously it didn't, because Jerusalem is still there. But I think probably the fastness of the event, the fraction of a second, didn't cause
How long does it take a nuclear bomb to go off? Fraction of a second?
I have no idea. I don't know.
It takes a fraction of a second.
Okay.
The amount of time isn't what impacts what makes something radioactive. It's the exposure to the radiation that does that. So if you're using something with that much energy, it would irradiate a lot. And the radiation isn't going to stop when it hits some rocks. We need lead. They didn't have lead back then. They didn't have lead, like a lead tomb. There's supposedly a stone rock that was put in front of it with some guards in front of it. Those guards would have died from radiation within the next 3 days, if that had happened.
Well, I think that God was sufficient powerful to know what kind of radiation that was necessary in order that not for happen. But in 2017, there was a physicist, his name is Lind. He also came up with the hypothesis that radiation had to be extremely fine-tuned, in the sense that if the force of the radiation wouldn't have been sufficient, then no imprint would have been left on the cloth. But if the force would have been too much, then it would have burned the cloth and happen eventually what you are just saying right now. So probably that radiation had to be extremely fine-tuned to have the effect which we see on the cloth.
Now we can compare that hypothesis A, magic amount of fine-tuned radiation. And we have hypothesis B, it was painted by some guys in the like 18th century or 14th century, and it has nothing to do with Jesus whatsoever. And one of these has lots of empirical support in academia, and one of these doesn't.
Well, actually, I disagree, Tom. There is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that the shroud is a painting. It is the most scientifically studied relic in the world.
That was actually the conclusion in that was actually Macron's conclusion. Walter Macron, the microscopist.
Yeah. Okay. So Macron, he did find some few particles of ochre, red ochre, precisely where the blood is. But these particles, they do not explain the entire image on the shroud. And probably what happened in the past is that some part of the blood got a little bit darker, and then someone thought that he should help to make it red again. So these particles of pigments do not explain the image.
What? So the little corner that they cut off, they cut off some corners, like, this corner is too dark. We need to make it red. The corner is not red enough. We're gonna paint it on the corner, because that's what we care about, is the corner.
Yeah, all kinds of crazy things happen at medieval times.
Yeah, I mean, if a medieval artist would have created that that image, he would need to know exactly the position where the nails were put, not in the palm of the hand, but in the wrist. They didn't know that. And if you compare that to the paintings from the Middle Ages, you see that they all did put the nails in the middle of the hand.
I'm sorry to break this to you, Tangelo, but radiocarbon dating has established that the shroud is from the medieval period and not from the time of Jesus. This corresponds with its first documented appearance in 1354. Defenders of the authenticity of the shroud have questioned this finding, usually on the basis that the samples tested might have been contaminated or taken from a repair to the original fabric. Such fringe theories have been refuted by carbon dating experts and others based on the evidence from the shroud itself. Refuted theories include the medieval repair theory, the biocontamination theories, the carbon monoxide theory. All right, that's all I'm going to read.
Yeah, first of all, I have written a book on the shroud. It's available on Amazon. I dedicate about 200 pages just on the history pre-13th century, and we have very powerful evidence that the shroud did exist back to the 1st century, including very recently, a month ago or so, over 170 newspapers around the world, they noticed that recent scientific experiments like X-ray experiments have shown that the linen is definitely from the 1st century. That's one thing. Then we have a painting from Sinai. It's called Pantocrator, and this painting has been used during all the period after the 6th century in the Byzantine era to paint all the images of Christ. And I have made an overposition and it matches perfectly. So we have pretty certain evidence that the Pantocrator painting used the image on the shroud as a template to paint it. Then we have also solidus coins from the Byzantine era from the 8th century, and actually many different other coins from whole Europe, which also have details which are clearly taken from the image on the shroud, like the bifurcated beard, like the one cheek which was hurt. We have coins which just show that part. And we have also the Prey manuscript from Hungary from 1192, which shows very clearly an image of the Shroud of Turin. And this is also 70 years before the 1260 to 1390 dating of the radiocarbon C14. This is just a few points, but there are many, many more which conclusively demonstrate that the shroud isn't from the 13th or 14th century. But interesting is that the Sturp team, which made tests during 1 week in 1978, they came to following conclusion that I'll read here. We can conclude for now.
Tangelo, I hate to break it to you, but I think this is an issue with your. You have some drive in your brain that's telling you that this thing is right because of your belief in a god, and you are going to extreme lengths and special pleading beyond levels that you normally would for anything else in your life, and just saying absolutely insane things. There's tons of evidence against this position, and you're just dismissing it outright. You don't even accept carbon dating, Otangelo. Like, you think Noah's flood happened. You don't accept the geologic column. Like, there's a lot of observables that you just outright dismiss. And you're simply obfuscating and prevaricating rather than actually addressing any of the points. So I think you need to address points directly and stop wasting our time, because this is a complete waste of time when you talk for like 7 minutes about absolute nonsense, totally unrelated to the topics that people spoke about.
Can I ask you? I can't talk out,
Let me
but
quick,
can I? Well, hold
yeah,
on. Just
Amy, let me quick answer to
and
Taco.
then I have a
Okay.
question. Sure.
Okay. First of all, I've addressed directly your objection that the shroud is from the 13th century, so I didn't waste your time. Secondly, the conclusion of the STURP team
Prove the radiocarbon dating wrong, Otangelo.
Yes, it is wrong. Okay,
Prove it
so
wrong.
what was
Well,
their
he said it.
conclusion? I'll read here. We can conclude for now that the shroud image is that of a real human form of a scourged, crucified man. It is not the product of an artist. The blood stains are composed of hemoglobin and also gave a positive test for serum albumin. The image is an ongoing mystery, and until further chemical studies are made, perhaps by this group of scientists or perhaps by some scientists in the future, the problem remains.
We don't care about any of this. You just went off topic again. Prove that the radiocarbon dating is wrong.
Carbon dating is wrong.
All right. You were talking the whole time, Otangelo. I had you muted. We're not doing this. You're doing your nonsense that you normally do. You're going to address the points directly, or I'm going to remove you from the stage. This is getting ridiculous. Nobody wants to hear you talk about absolute I guess some people, lots of people actually like to hear you talk about that, but none of us do, right? That's absolute nonsense. I know Ix likes to talk to you about that nonsense and hear you gish gallop and say nonsense for 7 minutes, but you're going to address the points directly or go away. This is insane, dude.
Can I just ask you a feelings-based question on Tangelo? Because I agree with what Taka was saying. The evidence does point to the 1300s in it being, but let's just imagine for 1 second it was created, boom, in the 1st century. My question to you, and it can be both, I guess, but like, was it an accident or is this God's best way? God was like, oh, you just wait. I know the best way to convince people that I came back from the dead. And it's going to be a very fated piece of cloth that we have to invert. And if we look at it this way, kind of like the lady doing toast, I guess I shouldn't preamble too much. Was it an accident or is this God trying to tell us this is his best way?
I think that the image on the shroud is the empirical proof or evidence that corroborates the authenticity of the Gospels and the New Testament. Jesus was indeed crucified. He did resurrect. He is the Son of God. He is the way that leads to heaven, and only by accepting him.
And we know this, if I could just interrupt you real quick, we know this because of the cloth, right?
We know it because of the testimony of the New Testament. I personally do not need the Shroud of Turin to believe. I think for me, the Bible, the New Testament,
so why are we
is
talking
enough.
about the Shroud of Turin?
Is enough.
Taco brought it up. Taco
But there are
brought up
people
the shroud.
for those it's not enough, and they want more evidence. And I think
the shroud. I know how Otangelo talks about the shroud. I would never bring up the shroud. I don't think maybe I mentioned it in passing, but I don't think I actually wanted to talk.
Oh, it was like a question from the audience, wasn't it? Somebody said,
I've got
"Do
2
you
points.
still?"
I've got 2 points here.
Oh, did he still believe? Okay,
Jay.
So you're right.
It's fucking Jay, dude.
So I've got 2 things to point out here. One is JL Warren is pointing out that in 2018, forensic blood work debunks the shroud. He's in our audience. Thank you, JL, for that. I'm wondering, like, when you mentioned the resurrection, a lot of Christians do this. During those times, there's a lot of doubt about whether he actually died, because there are many instances of people being buried and then they were found alive, because at those times people weren't very good at determining if somebody's actually dead. We're a lot better at it now. Still not perfect. There's still people who wake up in morgues from time to time, but we're a heck of a lot better at it now than we were 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, people didn't know a lot of stuff that they know now about how to determine if somebody's actually dead. And then the few people who did know are very far and few between, and the knowledge they had was very little. So, that's why you have a bell, a dead man's bell, hooked up to their foot or to their wrist or something, so that if they wake up in their in their grave or whatever, that the bell starts ringing and the person monitoring the graveyard knows, okay, there's somebody here who's actually alive. I got to bring him back up or whatever. So the story about Jesus just for a few days, was he even buried, or did he just get knocked out and took him a while to recover from a concussion or something? I don't know. Like there's kind of a lot of other things that could have happened. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on these 2 points, Otangelo, about the blood work from 2018 and about people not actually being buried alive and whatnot.
Okay, the work that J.L. Warren is referring to is from Luigi Garlaschelli, and he is the guy which tried to replicate the cloth in 2009, and he failed miserably. Rather than showing that the shroud could be replicated, he showed that it is simply not possible to come even close. Then, since this was just a shoot in his own foot, in 2018 he came up with another article which was absolutely ridiculous, and it was refuted by scientists which work in the field, which he doesn't, about the flow of the blood stains, claiming that the direction of the blood stains would show that the man on the shroud could not have been crucified.
Okay, so before you move on to the next point, J.L. Warren has made a response. We usually don't do this with our audience, but we'll do it this time. He's saying also, Otangelo, blood was used as a medium in art, mixed with pigments, often during the 13th century. The pigments detected on the shroud are ochre and vermilion. I hope I'm saying those right.
Yeah, that's correct. As I think I addressed this before, there are just a few red ochre pigments where the blood is, but it doesn't explain the image as a whole. That's the first point. Then secondly, well, if an artist would have made that image, he would have first painted the body, and then he would have put the blood stains on the hands and on the foot and so forth. But that's not what we observe on the Shroud of Turin.
Can we just change the topic? I feel like we're just reinforcing delusion right now, and like he thinks he's providing rebuttals to like legitimate science on this topic, and this is only reinforcing his beliefs. I think we should change the topic to something that he isn't absolutely insane about.
If I could, and I'll wrap a bow on it, because I would just say I'm sending love to the person who did ask the question, because I know that he has been asked this about the Shroud of Turin a lot. If it is jail, then send love. But the reason why I think we push back so much on it is because to us it's not only not impressive, but if this is the empirical part, from empirical consensus as far as we're concerned, it was a forgery or it was a artwork, and it was from not that long ago, at least the 1300s. And so if we were to ask you, because you actually said, you're like, oh, well, I don't even use that anymore. And so then what is your best evidence for why the Christian God exists?
Oh God.
Oh God.
I actually continue to use the Shroud as powerful empirical evidence of Christ's crucifixion.
Okay.
Angelo, we are not going to reinforce. This is the Theist Helpline. We are here to help you. We are not here to reinforce your delusions. Your point has been refuted for years. You are repeating talking points.
Yeah, and they're not just your points, Otangelo. We understand there's other people who are putting these points together too, and so it's the points themselves that have been refuted. I'll just clarify that.
But we've established that you believe it. We get that. Okay. But like you said, that wasn't your best argument, your best reason. Wasn't it something else? That's why I asked you. Because all I'm saying is if the best way that God was able to communicate that he resurrected from the dead was to have like an abstract medieval art that we have to Photoshop just right to actually see that it was a dude, just not the best. So is there something else?
I would mention the prophecies which have been fulfilled in Christ in the Old Testament. There are 357 prophecies which refer to about 60 events which have been reported that happened during the life and ministry of Christ. Very specific prophecies that have been fulfilled. The noteworthiest one maybe would be Daniel 9:24-27, which predicted the precise coming of the Messiah, and that prophecy started in 444 BC and ended in 33 AD during the Passion Week, and it is extremely precise, and it points to Christ as being the true Messiah. So, and if you I made a calculation about the odds to have all these prophecies right, and I came to a number of 1 to 10 to the power of 1,440. So it would be absolutely impossible that people would have predicted before Christ all these specific events that then really occurred during Christ's ministry.
Okay, so a special thank you to Jail Warren for posting a science article from the Journal of Forensic Sciences, a reputable publication. They have a paper entitled "A BPA Approach to the Shroud of Turin" that I guess I haven't read it yet, but I'm assuming supports what he's been pointing out about the blood work being debunked.
Yeah, I am addressing this in all details with the rebuttals at my website. I'm unable to post it here in the message board, but anyone interested can just search on Google Shroud of
Angelo,
Turin.
just send me the link and I'll post it in for you.
Okay.
Sure. But can I also let's talk about this, because it sounds like and maybe I'm not summing you up properly, but you're like, there was a bunch of Jewish prophecies and specific miracles came true, at least within the time between them and Jesus, and then Jesus resurrected, and there was such a high probability that this would all happen, so it has to be true.
I'll put here to Randolph as well the link at my library about the prophecies.
I got the link and I'm going to share it for you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll put also about prophecies. So anyone interested in that can also make an investigation about what I am saying. Okay.
I would also like anyone to visit my website at shroudofturinprawn.com. Hot stuff going on there. But yes, prophecies of messiahs. Because I don't believe that Jesus resurrected. And so you saying that he fulfilled, not only do I not, but Jews don't feel that Jesus filled the prophecy because he died. And that was a big thing with them. Paul rewrote
there are many Jews
but...
that don't believe, but there are also Messianic Jews which have converted to Christianity and they believe.
Sure, they're a handful. But
yeah, sure, but there are still a handful.
But like your premises, your best seems to be something that I'm not sure you can convince other people of unless they just accept it. It's to prove that Jesus resurrected from the dead and is the Messiah. You just need to accept that he resurrected from the dead and is the Messiah.
And I think that these lines of evidence which I've just presented, they are very, very powerful. And I mean, I can just encourage people to investigate, because in the end of the day, what we are talking about here is about eternal destination. If Jesus is who he said to be, then on him and what he did for us, it depends where we will spend our eternity, how we position ourselves to what he did for us.
And if he was wrong, it means none of that's going to happen.
Well, if my faith is wrong, and if Jesus isn't who he said to be, and I believe him to be, and if what you believe, Amy, is true, then once I die, I will just spend, my body will be 3 feet under the earth, and that's it, and nothing else happens.
But can
I
I
mean,
ask you, if that's true, will you have regretted doing anything in your life? Like, if that, I know you're never going to actually know, but if I'm right, will you have regretted spending your whole life basically defending religion?
Absolutely not. Let's suppose that even whatever I believe is just a fancy, unrealistic belief in magic. Let's
Yeah, it
suppose
is.
this to be true. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, what I would have done, I would have adopted what I regard as the best moral code which Christ has left us, which is love your next as yourself. And I think if we follow this command, then our life improves in terms of quality.
It comes
So
from
I
Hinduism.
don't regret to follow Jesus.
That comes from
But can't
Hinduism,
you?
not Christianity.
Exactly. I mean, we can have it without Christianity. As T-Jump says, it comes from other places. I think it's ancient and older. I think it's something that we would have figured out. Like, I'm not saying some of the things that Jesus said were bad. I'm just saying that I think we would have figured that out without him.
Oh, and just a quick note to our audience. Sorry, just a second.
Yeah, I
Odangelo.
don't agree with
Odangelo,
you.
just a sec. Just a sec, please. A quick note to our audience in audiences in YouTube and Discord. The links to the article J.L. Warren shared and also that Otangelo has shared 2 of them have been shared to both of these live chats in those audiences. So you can take a look at both perspectives and decide for yourselves.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
We do have another.
Yeah, Amy, at least in this
up.
point, I agree with you. Of course, you can get your moral standard elsewhere too. And if somewhere else it says as well, love your next as yourself, and I think others have said the same thing, well, then great. But what I am saying is that even if what I believe wouldn't be true, Christianity would have still given me a moral guidance and which I think improves my life's quality by following what Christ said.
I believe that, like, I understand that it's giving you a moral code. I think, unfortunately, religion makes people sometimes act immorally, especially depending on which religion and how old it is sometimes. But I guess I'm gonna push it back to T-Jump saying there is another, if there's anything else, because like I said, you can believe it or not, but I'd rather you believe it on good evidence. And if you believe something on bad evidence, even one thing, it means that you could possibly believe other bad things. And so why not do what Jefferson did? I mean, he just removed all the miracles out and said, well, here are the moral teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. I will joke that it is about a pamphlet size, but it's there.
And I think it's important for people who are not familiar with the Jefferson Bible to understand that's what Amy's referring to, and that she wasn't referring to Jefferson spatchcock. Just
and I
No.
want to point out to everybody listening, I know everybody listening for the most part heard what Otangelo was saying and why he was muted. But for any of the theists listening, Otangelo's argument for the shroud relies on fine-tuned radiation and then radioactive dating being wrong, and then the ochre and other pigments that they found just being touch-ups in the Middle Ages, like a
Vermilion.
bunch of disproved stuff, right? And then when we go into these other areas, it's the exact same thing. Otangelo here argues against evolution, abiogenesis. He argues for the flood, and I know you all know that. But Otangelo, I really want to drill home the point today, because at this point you're simply rejecting the truth in your unrighteousness. You've already told me you don't have sense, data, or reason, and I think you've really demonstrated that today. And I'd like to see you be more intellectually honest in our conversations with us moving forwards, because it almost always ends up being a total waste of time and you saying the exact same things that have been debunked in 30 conversations with us.
Taco, I love that you try to play the pre-sub atheist card, which you love so much. Okay.
Oh, he does it well. I like it too.
Yeah, but I mean, I respect.
You're a good sport, Otangelo. I do appreciate that about you.
Yeah. So, Taco, I
Don't
respect
you
your
patronize me,
position.
Otangelo. Everything I've said is from the heart and dead serious. I am that offended by what you constantly do and how you are trying to destroy people's intellects. It's absolutely disgusting. You say you have a morality, but your morality is absolute garbage if you allow yourself to do this nonsense.
I'm sorry, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? I have no idea.
It's okay. We can wrap it up. We only have time for like one more, right?
Yeah, that's probably about right.
I'm sorry, I'm just fed up with Otangelo at this point. This is like 30 times we've had him on, and it's the same stuff every time.
How about this? We give Tangelo a minute to summarize if he'd like to, and then we'll move on to our next guest. Does that sound good, Otangelo?
Sure, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that the more time goes on and the more science is unraveling the complexity and intriguing features of the universe, life, and everything that we observe in the natural world, the more naturalism is shrinking into obsolete and total irrationality. We know that the universe is fine-tuned. I wrote a book on this. Anyone can check my name on Amazon. And the degree of fine-tuning
Angelo,
is just
fine-tuning in
staggering. Well,
science.
do I have a minute or not? Do I have a minute or not?
Okay,
Taco, let him
I'll bring
finish.
it up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's finishing up. Let him finish.
So the degree of fine-tuning in the universe is 1 to 10 to 1,440, the power of 1,440. Then the odds to have a minimal population of about 10,000 cells, which you need in order to survive, is 1 to 10 to the trillionth. Then the odds to have all the prophecies in the Old Testament fulfilled in Jesus is 1 to 10 to the power of 1,440. The odds that the Shroud of
We don't need
Turin
all the
is
numbers. We don't need all the
Jesus
numbers.
is 1 to 10 to the power of 23.
Your
So you
time's
can
running out,
sum them
Otangelo.
all together and you have the pick.
So much nicer.
Okay, all right. Let's not patronize them. He is trying to sum it all up. Sorry, Tangelo, you kind of went over quite a bit over a minute there. You were getting into all the numbers.
Finish up. Don't do
Yeah.
the numbers.
Yeah, we'll give you another 15, 20 seconds here.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It was fun, and I hope we can have further discussions next time.
Thank you, Otangelo. Have a great day.
Bye, Otangelo.
I'm so irritated with Otangelo.
I think all atheists go through a stage of like, this is funny. It's like, what are the stages of grief?
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm just so irritated when people just reject reality outright. So irritated with it. It's just like it's so mind blowing that he spouts this nonsense. Like the fine tuning. Like my theory of everything mathematics is probably wrong, but I spent a lot of time legitimately researching all those topics so I could provide a coherent theory of everything, like at least the explanation portion, right? And what I discovered in my trying to understand what physicists are saying when they're talking about the universe is that all these fine tuning and mathematical constants are just explanations of stuff that we don't understand about the universe yet. It's mathematical numbers that we input to make our mathematics work. It's not actually something that is like the universe is fine tuned. No, that is a theistic misunderstanding of reality.
And I would just like to do the audio portion for his audiobook.
Just point out Donald C has shared a science article about the not so fine tuning of the universe. He's always got interesting stuff to share. I'd recommend taking a look at it. It's been shared with our YouTube audience as well. I guess we're going to bring up Ether. wondering how you pronounce it. I'm going to just go with Aether for now. Maybe they've stepped away for a moment. We'll try the next person. Oh, Aether, how are you? Did I pronounce your name right?
I actually go by Aether, but it's technically pronounced Ether.
Well, we're going to go by Aether because that's what you're using. Thank you very much for joining us, Aether. How are you today, and what have you got for us?
I'm doing well. How are y'all? I was just wanting to kind of change the topic a little bit because he was kind of ranting.
Great.
So I mentioned to who's that? Rudolph, about how every religion has a flood story and how every religion has an evil serpent story. I was kind of wanting to see y'all's ideas on that, or maybe more so the evil serpent, because we already went on the flood. But
they don't all have an evil serpent. There's some good serpents.
There's a mixture of the hero's journey, writing aid. There's also writing approach. There's also a lot of plagiarization from previous religious texts. The new one comes along. They're going to take a lot of good ideas from the previous ones because it's going to save them a lot of time and effort having to create their own, make some modifications to their likings. And so this has been done again and again over time. So a lot of it may just be plagiarized from previous religious texts. And then some of it made up or plagiarized from other places.
I think it's more than that. I think that there's common analogies of good and bad things based off of humans' interactions in the world. So, like, there are floods that occur all over the place. And so lots of people have flood stories because they flood their entire region. So, as far as they know, the entire world's been flooded. So they make a story like, oh, the whole world is flooded. And snakes kill us quite often. They bite and we don't like them. And so we say snakes are bad. And so we make analogies of stories where the snakes are the bad guy and they do even more bad stuff than just biting us. And so we take our common known interactions between things and then expand it into some kind of fanciful story that has to do with the fundamental nature of the universe, like how there are chickens and eggs, and so maybe the universe came from an egg. I think that there's many cultures coming up with similar kinds of stories and similar analogies related to snakes being bad and floods happening has more to do with the fact that they are common occurrences in human life, especially during those time periods. And so they associate the similar kinds of stories to those similar kinds of events that occur in their lifestyles.
Actually, I think this is a better explanation than what I have. I think there's probably more of this going on.
yeah, I can see that. I would agree with that. But even there's a lot of stories where these serpent type beings are more humanoid in nature as well.
Also, because most of the complex bad things we experience are from other humans trying to kill us or steal our food or whatever. And so we want to take up one bad thing and associate with another bad thing and make it into a composite bad thing.
Okay, I'll say one thing that might sound crazy, but I've been on board like a UFO, straight up got memories from it and everything. All I'm saying is there's way more to what's going on than I think meets the eye. It's good that people are trying to figure it out, but I feel like our gods are more biological in nature than we might really think.
Why do you think you were on a UFO and it wasn't a daydream?
Yeah, and I want to find out a little bit more. Like, what did the UFO look like? What was the experience like?
It was a saucer shaped one. I've seen many actually, but the one that I was on board with, that I have my memories with, it was a saucer shaped one, and the humanoids that were on it were more human in nature. Looked more human.
Why do you think it was like a real event and not just like a daydream or a dream or things that happen in human minds all the time?
Because I've seen these things my whole life. It's not just me. Like, I've witnessed them with other people.
Daydreams happen to multiple people. It's called folie à deux. So that
How long were you abducted for? How long were you abducted for?
I don't really remember. I woke up in my bed that night.
Do you remember any of the things that happened to you when you were on the ship?
Not exactly. I remember like the meet and greet essentially, and then pretty much night after that.
What did the aliens look like?
They were like people, like us.
Oh, humanoid. Okay.
Yeah.
But again, why don't you think that it wasn't just a dream?
I don't know. It was too real. Felt too real.
So there's certain kinds of diseases like epilepsy where people have extremely real visions because of chemical imbalances in their brain, right? And they have them all the time.
Right.
And people can have them happen like once in their brain, and it's very, very powerful, or a few times, or very rarely. Some people have them all the time. Does the fact that they're very, very real to those people make them justified to believe that they're true, or do you think it's more rational to believe that it was just a chemical something going on in the brain?
I think it's more rational to believe that they're true, especially with like the millions of reports that are out there, MUFON and everything else. It's more than likely true.
Do you think the millions of accounts of seeing Jesus are true because of how many there are?
Well, that might be a real thing as well. I mean, I remember y'all were just saying how he resurrected himself. Maybe he didn't resurrect himself. Maybe they did. Maybe he lives with them now. All these are possibilities, you know.
And that'd be kind of a dick move, I will just say. They were like, all right, the aliens are going to resurrect this one guy, but like this little girl dying of cancer,
I mean, there's also stories of, say, like Bigfoot or whatever, where, you know, people have brought up his name and they leave them alone. There's a fear in it.
Well, bears are
know.
scared of loud noises. So you can scare away a bear by making loud noises. So if you say a name, you could scare away a bear. But
I didn't say a bear. I said a Bigfoot.
right. So it was a bear and they thought it was Bigfoot. And so they yelled Bigfoot and it scared away the bear. And then that reaffirmed their belief it was Bigfoot because it responded to their name as if Bigfoot understands English. But so it seems like why there are lots of people who have beliefs that they experienced ghosts and Wiccan spirits and astrology. There are lots and lots of people who have personal experiences with astrology that it's successful for them. Do you think that's evidence that astrology is true?
Yes.
And then we take these people. There was actually a documentary done by Richard Dawkins where we took these people who thought it was true and we changed the conditions. So instead of using because it's their Aquarius, Gemini, Aries, all these things have certain associations. And we just switched the names around so no one could tell. We had them say, okay, if you really believe this, tell us which one is which one is the correct one. And they couldn't do it, not a single time. So even though all these people had these personal experiences that this thing is real, they could never actually determine when it was correctly being applied, because what happened was they had positive reinforcements where they select the hits and ignore the misses, and because they select the hits and ignore the misses, they thought it was true, but when it was tested it wasn't. Do you think that when we test for aliens that the same thing is probably going to happen?
No. I mean, so we're testing for them right now, and it's within our own government. And they've even relabeled them UAP.
But nobody thinks those are aliens. Those are physical phenomenon.
Well, what is an unknown? Isn't that alien in itself?
No, usually it's birds. So there was a famous one of pilots watching an object that was traveling 8 times faster than the speed of sound or something. And they were watching it and trying to lock onto it with their targeting computer. And it was very hard because of how fast it was moving. And what they discovered was it was actually just a bird flying the opposite direction as them. And the reason it seemed like it was going so fast was because the water behind the bird was moving the opposite direction at that speed. So if the plane is going straight and another object is going the other direction, the plane is looking at the other object. The speed that the ground beneath the other object looks like it's going is going to be super, super fast. when really it's just the other object it's a bird. It's traveling the opposite direction, and it just gives the illusion that it's traveling at an insane speed.
Correct. So, like, since we updated our navigation systems in the F-18s back in, what was that, like 2014 or so, we started seeing them a lot more. And this is where we actually, like, you know, the Nimitz case and a couple of these other cases where they actually were able to lock onto these objects, caught them moving against the wind, same speed and everything. So there, I mean, it works both ways. So I guess you could say we've probably captured birds and we've captured.
Right. So, but all of them have been natural phenomena. None of them have been anything UFO-y.
Well, what is natural? Are we natural phenomenon?
Well, I meant more like things that we already know about. Natural things we already know about. There's been nothing new, nothing that's ever been discovered. No forces, no new particles, no new species, no new anything ever discovered by any UFO video by the military ever. It's just other stuff we already know about that you just didn't understand.
No, incorrect. So, like, say even with that Nimitz case, when they were tracking the UFO, they have like a vector point that they would go meet up on. So they went to move to their vector, and the UFO had disappeared, and it was waiting for them there.
No, that is incorrect. So if you actually Thunderput,
that is actually very correct.
No, it's actually not correct at all. This was actually very well understood. And if you Thunderput has a great video on this, which is hilarious, which he literally shows exactly how this happens naturally, and they just don't understand physics because military officers aren't experts at physics. They're just people with guns.
These are Top Gun pilots
who are not educated in science
at
at all.
Probably better at physics than most of us here.
No, that's not how it works at all. Top Gun pilots are not trained physics, not trained physicists. No, but Thunderfoot has a great video about this on the Tic-Tac UFO. You just go find the Thunderfoot video. He explains this in detail of how this is fully explained naturally, and there's nothing special about it whatsoever.
Well, can I also ask
Everyone's
you,
always going to try to debunk everything. They don't want to accept truth.
Well, if we have a known
Well,
natural
trying to debunk is
thing
good.
that can explain something that someone thinks is spectacular, then yeah, that debunks it.
Debunking is good, but literally everything, no.
Everything that
we don't
doesn't
debunk
make novel
everything.
predictions.
Bro,
Yes.
all of us want aliens to be real.
I mean,
saying?
there's like thousands of videos out there of these ships and stuff, and yet no one still.
Yes, and there are also thousands of videos of ghosts
There's
and
that, and
spirits
there's
and
millions
voodoo and
of
Jesus on
reports
toast.
of people, you know.
But Aether, can I
countering
ask
these
you,
things.
why specifically were you selected?
Who knows?
That's yeah, I would like to.
Yeah.
I guess there is no answer. Just you were the lucky
Well,
one.
I mean, that's their agenda. What is the purpose? I mean, we're breeding, like, you know, they're breeding us. Why or for what? Or
Oh, well,
what did they
that's
see
a good thing
specifically?
to know. They're breeding us?
Yes.
How do you know this?
Because there's also thousands of reports of women being, you know, taken on board, you know, having a pregnancy, going to the doctor, finding out they're pregnant, haven't been with a man in years.
And you don't think it's more likely they just got drunk?
Another instance going on board and the baby's gone, go back to the doctor, and the doctor's like, what the fuck? Where'd your baby go?
And you don't think that's just a miscarriage?
No.
Because those are two things that happen a lot. People get drunk and people get miscarriages, and those are both extremely common, and they both fully explain that entire phenomenon of all the people having personal experiences.
But it could be alien Minecraft.
Alien
Yeah,
Minecraft.
see, I mean, people are just so quick to come up with explanations for it. There's more to it than meets the eye, just saying.
The most likely explanation is usually the simplest. In order to justify the belief that
No, it's not. That's human common knowledge. This is what keeps us sheeple people.
No, typically the simplest solution is correct. That's one of the things in physics we like simple. Simple's good.
That sounds like a physicist that says that breaks the laws of physics. Nothing can break the laws of physics.
As far as we know, yeah.
Nothing can. You just don't understand the physics. So how about we understand them?
As far as we know, nothing can violate the laws of physics. That is correct. Like the speed of light can't break it. Information can't travel faster than the speed of light, unfortunately.
That you know about.
That physics knows about. Yes.
We're humans on this planet. We're not like all knowing. We're not like the top of the food chain.
Right.
You know?
But what's more likely, that people's personal experiences discovered something that fundamental physics can't, or that people's personal experiences are already explained by something physics already discovered? Delusion, misconception,
Correct.
illusions.
It's a way to, you know, just like Freemasonry. You have knowledge and you hide it from others. It's the same thing. Just because they have it and they know it and they're working on it doesn't mean they need to tell you.
Like who has this knowledge? Like the millions of astronomers all around the world who never discover these people, but some random people who get abducted somehow do.
Or, you know, hey, what about Bob Lazar? You know,
another great video on Thunderfoot.
I just asked, were you part of the breeding program?
I don't know. Probably not.
But there's a possibility.
I would say probably not. Possibility. It's the same way we mess with animals. You know, we're trying to bring back the woolly mammoth right now, right? Like, who's to say there are other beings out there messing with other creatures?
I would say because we have no good evidence so far.
I think you should look into Guar.
We have a lot of evidence that's right in front of us. Just
have you heard the band Guar?
The band Guar.
Yeah. Guar's backstory perfectly aligns with what you're talking about here. So Guar is a heavy metal band from outer space, right? And so they got banished from their world, and so they came to Earth, right? And that was millions of years ago, right? And so basically they fornicated with apes, right? And they produced the first humans, and then they've continued over the years to produce crazy awesome heavy metal music, right? But they've been around for millions of years on our planet, right? And they formed the human. But that sounds just like what you're talking about here, right?
Right. Well, that is kind of the storyline here, right? With the Anunnaki and the Nephilim and stuff like that. That is kind of already the story. So I'm sure they were just
talking about
off of that.
Guar, the heavy metal band from outer space.
Right. I'm sure, like, but the story already existed, so it sounds like they were just kind of ripping it off.
Well, no, they formed the humans, right? They made it
right, like the Anunnaki and the.
No, I'm talking about Guar, right? That's their backstory. That's how they got here.
Right. But the story is already there. Is what I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about Guar. They're people that exist, or I guess aliens that exist and play music.
I get what you're talking. You're talking about the band, right? But yeah.
Yeah, they're from outer space.
It's not a place.
I mean, what do y'all think about the Nephilim and any of that? Any ideas?
I think it's crazy that sometimes they come in here and they're like, you guys don't understand biology. And then they're like, by the way, giants exist. They also talk.
I mean, their story. I mean, we were talking, you know, religion and stuff. So there are stories that have been passed down for thousands of years, right?
Unfortunately, yes. Sometimes they're good. Sometimes they lead to people thinking they're literally true. But yes.
Right.
I don't know. I would say that what you have going for you is that UFOs, at least, are natural. So of all the religious claims that we could possibly come against, at least yours could possibly exist. I just think we underestimate how hard it is to get here. And it feels like it would be a bigger phenomena if they actually did arrive.
But
Maybe that's just
that's
me
a that,
putting my 3D chess on their 4D chess. But I don't know.
in our 2D chess we're
Be
doing
willing to
over
say
here.
there's probably another civilization somewhere in the Milky Way, right? Of low or whatever, right? But there's no way they're off planet, right? Even if we grant that, let's grant that. There's no way they're off planet. There's no way, and even if they are off planet, slightly past the degree we are, and they have advanced physics, I mean, there's still no way that by the time they got here, we would be as advanced as they were.
But that's what you're
Or we would be way
that's the
beyond
math that
advanced.
we
'Cause
have been taught to
it
learn.
would take so let's say they find a way to do a warp hole, right? Or a wormhole. And it takes them like let's say they're 22 days in the wormhole. Let's say something that takes 22 years, right? So like something that would progress. So they're going probably, I don't know, 70 light years or something like that, right? I think that's how that math works out. They could. I don't know. I don't know how to do that. It would be like, I'm sorry, it would be like 10 light years or something with the wormhole. But anyways, the math works out to the point where they would be here in like 22 years, but we'd have like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years pass during that time frame, right? So even if they're at that point where they're on their way to us, and if it's taking them 22 years or whatever time frame it's taking them traveling close to the speed of light, we're going to be like way beyond where they started on their path to getting here.
Correct. Like that's if we were going off of our basic knowledge of physics. But what if these beings or something develop something to where they can manipulate time and space? So
That's what I'm
it
talking
wouldn't,
about, a
so then
wormhole, right? But it
so that
has
wouldn't occur.
limitations, right?
Right.
And that's only if like the science that we're working on is right.
And we're actually getting there ourselves to where we can manipulate time and space. But
Yeah. My thing that's also why I get a little bit skeptical of aliens reaching here is just because we go, well, look at us. It's just got to be a civilization that gets advanced as us. But it actually has to be a civilization that is way more advanced than us.
yeah, way more.
And it also has to survive, in my opinion, the politics. Like half the reason we can't get past low Earth orbit, and in my opinion, onto other planets is so many other things. Before we even draw in religion, just the people going, well, why do I have to pay $6 instead of $5 for us to go to Mars? Like it's that kind of thing. Or why should I pay
I
any
see it
money?
as they were here before us and jump started this planet basically with us.
See, but now you're going into
And then they
panspermia.
are and then they are also like politics doesn't bother them. They created our politics. They created our religion.
Oh,
It's
see,
working exactly how they intend it to.
Aether, I see that I find actually the least believable of even the alien claims. It's like there is a civilization where everyone
I know it's
agrees.
crazy,
Let
but
me rephrase what I was saying because I needed to double check myself. So, not necessarily a wormhole, but if they could find a way to travel at 99.9% of the speed of light, the closest one is 4 years to get to Alpha Centauri, 4 light years to get to Alpha Centauri at the speed of
I
light,
think
right?
it's like 7 for Alpha Centauri
or
whatever.
But if you could travel at 99.9% of the speed of light, and it takes 4 years normally, it would take I don't know what the exact time frame is, but you would be experiencing approximately 65 days on board, right? So just scale that up to assist. Just maybe that's not the system. Maybe it's much further away. But all I'm saying is just scale that up dramatically, right? By the time they actually get here, we're going to be so far advanced. That's all the point I was trying to make there.
I get your point.
And with the age of the stuff in our area, it's probably likely there's something there, but there's no way they're here. Unfortunately, I wish they were here. That'd be so cool.
They are here, dude.
But
They
Aether,
are.
hold
They're
on.
just so advanced. They're good at hiding it and masking it. Yeah.
But can I press you on this because it gets very us anthropomorphic? Like, what do they look like? Oh wow, they just happen to look like us, and it makes it kind of weird because all the other life would just be our context. Everything else is here just to make sure that eventually there'd be things that look like them, and here we are. And so we're the goal of what they want, and we got the government that they want because that's the way the plan wanted. But at least from a natural viewpoint, from us, it just looks like everyone is actually equally evolved, and that humans, in fact, consciousness isn't that important in like the grander scheme of the universe from a cold naturalistic view. And so like what's that?
I think it is. I think that's actually what they're working on to bring us up to speed.
But like, okay, but
conscious
are they trying to also bring plants up to speed who are equally evolved as us and don't look like them?
plants?
Yeah, plants. Like
I
they're the
mean,
reason we're here.
possibly, like with the way the
One of
planet
them.
evolves and it's useful for the planet. Yeah, possibly.
But I guess why is it us that we want them to look like? Was the other apes they didn't quite fit the model. They're like them, but just not hitting it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, don't we do the same thing in our experiments?
I guess if we're trying to actually make something, but don't you see? This is what I mean. It becomes an us-centric goal. We're the goal. We're the alien output. We're
That's
the
what it seems
ultimate
like we are.
achievement.
Yeah,
Oh
we are.
my goodness. You should watch people walk into walls after tripping over their own feet. I
Bro,
do it all the time.
Hey there, have you been to Walmart?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy. I shop at Myers now. I'm in Michigan, but yeah, Walmart's crazy.
It just seems weird that we are ultimately going to be the goal of this planet. It was us that were the experiment. We now have that end time. It just seems like that's throwing the rest of nature kind of under the bus. Fungi, plants, bacteria, viruses.
It might seem that way, but everything is still here with us, surviving just as much.
Sure, but your
So
answer to that would be why? Why
maybe
the
everything
aliens?
is getting as much attention. It's just they're within, you know, the pyramid of the planet. We are at the top, so you would assume we would probably get the most.
See, but we're only on top depending on context. Like together, as social creatures, we can build things and work as a community to build a larger organism. But individually, like if you put one of us and a lion on an island, there's just a higher statistical chance that lion's going to do better.
Correct. I mean, without man's technology, you know.
Yeah. It just
But with our technology, no, man, easily is better.
well, and that is accumulated. We have gained better technology over the years.
Right. And this is kind of the evolutionary process. And with technology comes consciousness. You know, you have to be able to
I'd
use
say
it.
it's the other way around. With consciousness, eventually you have the possibility of
I would say
having.
it's the other way around as well. Yeah. With the consciousness comes the technology. You got to know how to use it.
Can I also ask one thing that I feel like I should have asked at the very beginning? Seems obvious, but just knock this out of the park. You weren't on a hallucinogen when you were.
No, I was a child actually. and like I had told my parents about it. My mother will tell you the story verbatim, but it's something that, you know, I had said back then. It was a craft that had parked in the field that was next to us, and like I had like an epiphany to like wake up, like get up, look outside, we're here.
And you saw
So
the
like,
alien.
I walked out, and it was a crap, it was a saucer shaped craft, and I've seen Tic Tac up close. I've seen other spherical things up close, but this
I've
one
seen
was
Tic Tacs up close too. Not to be on the spot.
yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, so this
Indeed.
one, it had it had like a lower ramp that was open, and it was just glowing white, like very inviting, you know. Come on, fun. But yeah, then the meet and greet was kind of the only thing I really remember. And I woke back up in my bed.
Can I ask though, because I appreciate it was a hallucinogen, but that you were a child, but does that make you skeptical in any way, or did you go through any skeptic stage
I did.
as an
I
adult?
did. Whether I felt like maybe it was a dream and maybe all this stuff, but I've seen these craft. Like, I have a video of a UFO that was hovering above my house, and like when I was taking pictures of it with my flash on, it was flashing back at me. Like, yeah,
I will
I'm like, I'm
say, I
looking at
don't,
you. They're like, I'm looking at you too.
but
You
I
know,
don't want to be that person out there, but I actually have built things analogous to drones, and I have given drones presents.
it was there for a week, and for maybe almost 2 weeks, a week and a half, and it also made the local news.
But okay, so there was something there that was there for 2.5 weeks, made
A
the
week and a
local
half.
news. It was talking to people, and this
No, it
wasn't
was
like
just
a.
hovering craft that I wasn't the only one that noticed it. Yeah, and like the way where it was, it looked stationary. It was straight up stationary, like locked in spot. There's no way a drone could do that.
I was gonna say someone in my chat saying police helicopters could also exist, but
Police
I don't.
helicopter can't sit in one spot for a week and a half with and not move against the wind without having to refuel. Nope.
It,
Sorry.
I guess so. Then it has to be. It has to be aliens.
It has to be a form of technology that we're just not accustomed with yet.
Because there is a definition of UFO that I very much like, which is unidentified flying object, which means we just don't know.
It's exactly what it is. It's a UFO.
I think we're running low on time. Was there anything you wanted to finish up with, Aether?
No, I'm good, man. Y'all are chill.
Well, this was a pleasant conversation. Thank you very much.
But yeah, it was nice conversation, Aether. I'm just gonna say that same point, which is when we don't know something, is that, we just don't jump. But I'm interested to hearing you come on for more.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll be back always.
All right, take care.
Thank you for coming up.
Yep. So that brings us to the end of our show today. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And I guess we'd like to hear from people. Final thoughts for today. Maybe you would like to start, Taco?
Oh, me? Sorry if I seem kind of grumpy with Otangelo there. We've talked to him for years now, and it's the same talking points, the same arguments that are constantly refuted. And are we just enforcing his delusion at this point? We're the Theist Helpline. We need to be helping these people.
Yeah, I guess I'll go next. It was another fantastic episode. Good to be back having fun. What would convince us that a god exists? I think that both Randolph and T-Jump had good methodologies was let us try out some of these powers and maybe give us an experiment that we can actually test out.
T-Jumps was more science focused, though, I will say. That's for sure. Mine would be more anecdotal
Well,
focused. Different approaches.
I think he was going to nitpick. This is just my impression. And Luke, once again, you seem like a nice guy, but I think he was going to nitpick no matter which way that you tried to cut it. But because if you didn't want that power, then fine, give us another power. Make us have something. I'm sure with most powerful, right? You got to be able to have something under your belt, but I guess not. Oh, but you're right. I mean, I like T-jumps because novel testable prediction is a fancy way of saying, please come with an experiment. Please stop talking about it and just actually give us a way that we can tell fact from fiction. Give us an experiment. So yeah, and I think that's what often a lot of atheists are looking for, is just some way to experiment and tell a difference between a God that does not exist and a God that is just pretending to exist, because that's what he seems to be doing. We had prime movers. The phantom particle was fun, talking about hypotheses. Maybe one day. We actually skipped past abortion. That's good.
Yeah, it derails everything. So just like the anti-vax stuff derails everything too.
Indeed, and the Shroud of Turin. And I know, and a lot of those are analogous or aligned with religion. If not, they always take the side of the people, like the anti-vaxxers. Who they find refuge in is the really crazy people, but that's another. The Shroud of Turin, factually, at this point, is known to have come from the 1300s. And yeah, I'm open to aliens. Listen, at least it is within the natural world. It's just that I don't think there is good enough evidence to push us in that direction. A UFO is indeed unidentified flying object for a reason. With that, please subscribe to T-Jump, Taco, Randolph, my own. Go have an amazing skeptical rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Amy. T-Jump, did you have anything you'd like to add or tell us a little bit about the Church of the Best Possible World again?
No, not really.
Go sign up for the Best Possible World Church.
Yeah, somebody in our YouTube chat earlier wrote "Y jump" by mistake, then immediately corrected it to T-Jump. That was kind of fun. So I've just recently started this new website called The Golden Preference. It's just a one-pager, which is fine. It explains what the Golden Preference is and how it makes things better than the Golden Rule. I am actively promoting this idea that I came up with a few years ago, quite a few years ago, to kind of be the modern replacement for the Golden Rule, because I think it's sorely outdated, has problems, and this fixes those problems. There are multiple problems with it. So if you have a moment, please take a look at goldenpreference.com, and we can hopefully get the word out on this and get people, when we're talking with religious people in the future and they bring up the Golden Rule, we can say, oh, well, hey, we've got something better than that. We've got the Golden Preference. We need to try to encourage people to progress. And I think if we can take away, if we can kind of not just refute the problematic ideas they put forward, but also suggest an alternative, then that's even better. It's good to refute them. Don't get me wrong on that. It's definitely good. But if we also have the opportunity to make something better, then why not? You know, this will actually be helpful, I hope. So a special. Sorry, go ahead, Taco. Did you?
I was just saying, absolutely, man. Your points are spot on, right? Because if you just knock down their position and you don't replace it, they're just going to go back into their position and figure out why they're right, even though they're wrong. Because there's all sorts of justification on their side that seems like it's reasonable if they have no understanding of any of the sciences or philosophy or whatever else.
Yeah, and then this way, with the replacing it, instead of just finding a way to go crawl back under their rock. Now they have something they have to address, and they have to try to come up with arguments why the old way is better. So yeah, thank you. That's a good perspective. What were your final thoughts about today, Taco? Oh, I already asked you. I already asked you.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Just I just need to focus on making a difference for people like Otangelo and not letting them dig in like that.
Oh yeah, you went a bit harsh on him, but I think I can understand that you were a little bit kind of put off by kind of had enough of, because he keeps doing the same arguments. Like, you know who's even worse for that is Kent Hovind. He's a broken record all the way. He's got the same points he keeps going through over and over and over again.
Well, on DVD number 5, actually.
That sounded like Kent Hovind talking. Holy cow!
Yeah, but pretty horrible one. That's why a lot of people like to hit him. People keep telling me I should hit him, and I'm like, Kent Hovind is a whack job. That dude has been refuted by the top scientists. That dude, like literally, the top YouTube scientismos have all refuted him for what, like 15 years now, and the dude still says this nonsense.
You have to decide where you want to put your time and effort. And so, if you don't want to cover them, then don't cover them. There's so many different people out there to cover. It's just hard to cover everybody.
All I'm saying is that guy is insane.
He's a scam artist. I think he knows better by now, but
he knows the truth. He absolutely knows the truth.
Yeah, Oh, go ahead.
No, but it was a fantastic stream. No, he knows better, but the money revenues and all of the other stuff that he gets from his whatever camp out there, and it's tax free, so whether he pays his taxes or not.
Yeah, he went to prison for some tax evasion for a while there, and then his son Eric took his business away from him while he was in prison. And there's obviously some issues between the two of them there, but that seemed pretty dirty to me. I'm thinking, that's not very Christian of you if you guys are all claiming that Christians are honest and respectful to everybody. But anyway, it's just he was able to get going again, I guess, but that would kind of suck to kind of lose your family members over something like that. Like, wow, what happened? So there's a lot more than meets the eye there, I suspect. But yeah, back to the golden preference and the idea of putting in replacements that are actually helpful. One of the most important aspects of this is that the replacement, if possible, is actually doing something to kind of promote making life better for people. So that would be the very best, at least if it's kind of replacing older ideas with bad ideas with facts. That's the number one thing, of course. But if it can also be something done in a way that helps to contributing to making people's quality of life better somehow, even if indirectly, then I think that would be an even better way to go on something like this. So again, thank you to everybody for tuning in. Really appreciate it. A special thanks again to our sponsors, the Politics Discord at www.discord.gg/politics. And also the Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca, the organization I run. We really appreciate everybody tuning in and conversing with us, and also just listening and giving us some feedback in the audience. We appreciate all of it, and we look forward to everybody hopefully gets to tune in again next month. We're on the first Sunday of every month. You can find out more about our schedule at www.theisthelpline.com. If you know others who might find this program interesting, please feel free to share that link with them at theisthelpline.com or tell them about this somehow. Again, thank you, everybody. Have a great and wonderful weekend, what's left of it.
Yep. Thank you so much for everyone.